Welcome to sunny Gothenburg. It's time to raise the flag outside the Swedish Congress and Exhibition Center. So good morning. My name is Tommy Svensson, and I'm the lead local organizer and the tipsy chair of the EuCNC and 60 Summit 2023. When I'm not the conference organizer, I'm Professor at Chalmers, where I'm leading the World Systems Research. Dear distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor as the lead local organizer and chair of the technical committee of the 32nd edition of the European Conference on Networks and Communications that for the third year is co-organized with the 60 Summit. To welcome all patrons, authors, exhibitors, and attendees here today and online. In this dynamic era, where technology is transforming our lives at an unprecedented pace, the importance of robust communication networks cannot be overstated. The EuCNC and 60 Summit serves as a platform for fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, and exploration of cutting-edge advancements in the field of mobile communications. After many years of active contributions to the EU mobile communications research community from 1G to 6G, we are thrilled to invite you again to the north of Europe, to Gothenburg, which is currently celebrating its 400th anniversary. Göteborg is the home of the Chalmers University of Technology, which is the lead local organizer of the conference this year. Gothenburg is also home of several high-tech companies such as Ericsson, Volvo Cars, Volvo Group, SKF, Saab, Beyond Gravity, AstraZeneca, and several prominent SMEs. We hope you will all seize the opportunity to discover what this green city can provide when it comes to dining, museums, sites, and activities, as well as a visit of one of the world's finest archipelagos. The motto for EuCNC and 6G Summit 2023 is 6G for a green and digital transition. 6G is in an excellent position to help address most of the societal needs as identified by the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals targeted for 2030, which is the same target date as the rollout of 6G. To this end, 6G needs to be sustainable. It should look after its carbon footprint and enable other sectors to become sustainable by offering tools for increasing our handprint within the verticals. From a technical perspective, 6G should enable interactions between the human world of our senses, bodies, intelligence, and values. A digital world of information, communication, and computing, and a physical world of objects, processes, and organisms. To create such an Internet of Senses, it is foreseen that there will be a technical convergence in 6G of terrestrial and non-terrestrial communications, radio-based sensing, as well as computing and storage with artificial intelligence. We are very proud of the technical program with top-level keynotes, panels, regular paper sessions, special sessions, convened sessions, poster sessions, workshops, and tutorials. We have an outstanding lineup of exhibitors and with a speaker's corner and an outstanding social program. Here you have an opportunity to be interactive on the exhibition by voting for the best booth award, and that you do via the app. And then you can also have fun by playing bingo in the exhibition area by visiting each booth. And there you have a piece of paper in your conference bag where you do the marking in the bingo. This exciting conference program has been made possible thanks to exceptional contributions from the EU and global research community. The technical committee with volunteering co-chairs, TPC members, the organizing committee, steering committee, conference general chairs, the boards committee, meetings conference organizer, Swedish Exhibition and Congress Center, Chalmers staff, and volunteers. Specifically, and with great gratitude, we would like to highlight the role of our patrons, Ericsson, Huawei, Nokia, Technology Innovation Institute, Keysight, Natural Instruments, Rohde & Schwarz, IMEC, Camcom, and Virginia Diodes. As well as our sponsors, the European Commission, Göteborg City, CLETI, IEEE ComSoc, Eurosip, and UAIP, who have made significant contributions to make this extraordinary event a reality. On this slide, you see we have a marker up in the left corner. That is to indicate that this session is being streamed and recorded. We will do this in all plenary sessions, and it will be put on the website afterwards, and now it's being videocasted, so I'm very happy to have online participations as well today. Some of the parallel sessions will also have media doing podcasting, recording for purposes in other channels. In those sessions, you will see this blue bubble as well, and there will be a sign on the door, so you are aware of that this activity is ongoing. So we look forward to hearing about the latest research findings generated by all of you here at the EuCNC and 60 Summit 2023 from the 6G research programs all around the world.
Why do some things stay in your memory? We think that the details are as important as the big things. We believe in being genuine and open to the world. Our strategy is to always make a positive impact, to deliver perfect meeting experiences and memories for life. We offer closeness and a real care for nature. Everything is within walking distance, and we offer the entire city as a venue. We're a city of knowledge with 2 universities and 50,000 students. Here, brave ideas grow into great innovations. Whether you know it, we may already be part of your life. We have 4 distinct seasons that inspire our chefs, and our clear waters bring us some of the best seafood in the world. From wherever you travel, it's easy to get here. And we promise we will do our best to make it hard for you to leave.
So with this, I would like to introduce Håkan Eriksson. The floor is yours. Håkan is the first Deputy Lord Mayor of Gothenburg.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, on behalf of the city, I wish you all a warm welcome to Gothenburg. Gothenburg is a city of warmth. Gothenburg is a green and close city where nothing is far away. A sustainable city, open to the world. A city with rich industry and cultural heritage, home to workers, engineers, and entrepreneurs. Gothenburg was founded in 1621. And this year, and this summer in particular, we are celebrating our 400th anniversary, just 2 years late. Gothenburg was built and organized by the Dutch, Germans, and Scots, and has since undergone an exciting journey, embracing people, influences, and ideas from around the world. From developing into a prospering shipping and trading city during the 18th century, to becoming a diverse and lively city, full of design and food and culture, and the creative hub for innovation and research that it is today. And the desire to continually evolve with ideas and knowledge from around the world is showing even today. During recent years, Gothenburg has also developed into world-leading destination for sustainable meetings. And I would like to take the opportunity to convey just how much we as a city value and appreciate conferences such as this one. It makes me proud that our city hosts meetings and conferences where distinguished scientists, academics, and specialists such as yourselves share their knowledge purposely, collaborating, take a step forward together. And it is an honor to host you, the European Conference on Network and Communications, and the 6G Summit. We are delighted to host this significant event that brings together professionals from across the globe to discuss the latest achievements and advancements in communication networks and technologies. When it comes to telecommunications, we have come extraordinarily far in the recent decades. Today we are dependent on and in many ways take for granted what was considered science fiction not that long ago. But this everlasting desire to and the necessity for further progress and development is imperative. We need the continual advancement and development of 5G and communications as we know it, as well as take the 6G exploration further, advancing the new ideas and innovations that will shape the future of our connected world. Addressing vital topics such as network security, integrity, sustainability, and the integration of 6G with other emerging technologies. Being in the forefront and being as cutting edge as in research and development and as industries and businesses as we want and need to be. So again, you're very welcome to Gothenburg, and I hope you enjoyed the welcome reception yesterday at the Universium that we hosted. The Museum, for those of you who weren't there, is a unique venue that brings together science and technology and entertainment for all ages. And I hope you will enjoy your stay here in Gothenburg, that you will have time to see as much as possible and experience as much as possible of our city while you're here. And I wish you all together will have prosperous days and beneficial meetings. Thank you.
Gothenburg, Sweden, the port of Scandinavia. Founded in 1621, it was literally built by the Dutch, and ever since, the basis of our city has been built on knowledge and ideas from all over the world. Today, the Gothenburg region and its 1 million inhabitants is about to take its greatest leap forward in modern history. By 2035, 100 billion euros will be invested in the region, and as business and commerce is expanding, the city is also set to grow by almost a third. Together we've come a long way, creating world-class science in everything from medical research to developments in the transport industry, as well as pioneering new technologies like graphene. But change like this doesn't come for free. That's why we are investing in innovations for an even more sustainable future. Welcome to Gothenburg, a city of innovation, a sustainable city open to the world.
Okay, thank you very much, Håkan.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you introducing the city and to promote and sponsor our conference. So as a sign of appreciation, we have a small gift.
Thank you so much. And good luck.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker during this opening session is Piers O'Donnell. He's a Director of Future Networks at the European Commission, DG Connect, and Conference General Co-Chair. Very welcome. The floor is all yours, including the clicker.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tommy, Mr. Deputy Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I see that some of you made it past the drinks reception last night, for which we are very grateful, but it always means that the first speakers at the start of EuCNC aren't always speaking to a full house. I don't have a problem with that, because there's a great program for the next couple of days with an awful lot of interesting things happening. But I would like to thank Tommy Svensson, the local organisers, the TPC chair and vice chair, but also, of course, the city of Gothenburg, for hosting us and for all of the organisation. As the European Commission, we are very happy to be supporting this conference. The EuCNC and the 6G Summit are very important annual events for us in which we can focus with you, the experts, the community, with regard to the development of advanced communications technologies. So it's what we are constantly referring to as beyond 5G and 6G. And that's really what I want to focus on, about our 6G vision. This is one of the few places where I have to apologize or explain why I'm talking about 6G and not talking about 5G. Obviously, the rollout and deployment of 5G is of massive importance right now to the European Union. We want, of course, to see it happen quickly, and I'll talk a bit about our targets. But already with you, we have to turn our attention to the future technologies and how we get to a situation in which Europe is in the lead with regard to 6G. So that's what really brings me here. And I'm going to start where I left off last year. So just to recap, we have in the European Union now our Digital Decade programme, which sets out concrete targets with regard to the digital compass, which I had presented, which has 4 main themes. I'm not going to go through all of the details again, I assure you, but it's really in this case where we want to, with regard particularly to infrastructure, but also to business and the other societal goals which form part of this compass, that we want 5G, beyond 5G, 6G to contribute significantly to the development of the economy and to, of course, the development of society. And that is why we need to research, we need to innovate, but above all, we have to deploy these new technologies. And soon, actually, the Commission will be issuing another interim report. It's what we call the Digital Economy and Society Index, which will show the situation in the European Union with regard to specific targets and member state by member state scorecards. Member states are sometimes a little uncomfortable with that, but this is part of the peer group review that we promised we would have for this process, including the specific targets on 5G rollout, on corridors, on edge nodes, etc., etc. So very concrete measurables and KPIs. Now, moving on from that, and I hate graphics, just how are we going to support, in particular, the work that we are doing with regard to 5G and 6G? It starts, of course, with the funding initiatives. How do we support you, the experts, the researchers, the technologists, and, of course, Europe's companies? And that is through, obviously, the research under Horizon Europe, where we're preparing the technology, or rather helping you to prepare the technology, and of course incorporating increasingly what I would call the by design principles, which come from European political and regulatory objectives. Security by design, sustainability by design, human centricity, respect of the human and data protection by design, etc., which are hard, costly, but if everyone follows the rules, bears the same cost, we can have technology which serves the people and serves our societal goals. So we have to take account in our work, not just these, the spending programs. There's also the Connecting Europe facility, which is for the infrastructure, particularly cross-border infrastructure. And then there's the Digital Europe program, which seeks to develop capacity and, of course, ensure deployment. We then have the CHIPS Act. We have regulatory initiatives such as the Gigabit Infrastructure Act, which seeks to give a framework for the development and actual targets with regard to achieving our high-speed, low-latency and reliability targets, as well as encouraging infrastructure investment, which is essential. One key instrument, therefore, is our joint undertaking on smart networks and services. And that is now a key element in our work program, a key element in our strategy, with strategic targets covering industrial leadership, sovereignty, or open strategic autonomy, as we like to refer to it. Then, of course, the work on the applications and really focusing in on what it is that beyond 5G and 6G will offer, but also require as part of an overview, a perspective on the entire connectivity and compute chain, so that we have an integrated view, and again, so that we are getting the best of the technology. And of course, as I've said before, the societal goals and sustainability, which underpin everything that we are doing now with regard to digital technologies. That is the framing ambition for our Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking, which is now reaching cruising speed. We are in a situation where we've already gone past the first set of calls, which are now leading to projects becoming up and running. Yesterday, with the member states, we had a discussion with regard to the work program for 2024. And that member state involvement is very important on strategic matters, on the guidance, because we are looking to harness Europe's technology excellence and turn it into technology leadership. But in the same time, of course, we have to meet those strategic challenges, the geopolitical situation that we are faced with, the climate situation that we are faced with, in order to ensure that Europe is being responsible, looking after itself, but contributing to well-being across the world. And that is why... Now, in all of that, in that ambitious objectives, we have a window of opportunity. Because the question is, it was on my title slide, the 6G vision, but what is that vision? Well, actually, this is why I'm talking about timeframes and processes, because it is for you, the community of 5G technologists, 6G technologists, of providers of equipment and services, to actually supply that vision, which we have to formalize very, very soon. Already you see that we are into, shall we say, 2023. We're a third of the way through that decade where we have set ourselves the goals of arriving not just at full 5G coverage and penetration, but at arriving at a stage where we're ready to launch 6G in 2030. And that is why we need to have discussions like this. That is why what is happening in the technical sessions, in the delivery of papers, and in the exhibition is so important for what we are doing, because we are there, but we have to very quickly deal with the fact that we will have the work starting in the 3GPP by 2025, and an acceleration of the pace with regard to technology, with regard to research and innovation. And that is why this 6G vision is so important now. At the same time, we have to think about not just the 3GPP, but other standardization challenges. Because the technology challenges have already been identified, but have the potential output been clearly identified? Have we talked enough about not just the spectrum needs, but also then what are the spectrum bands that will be used to deliver? Can we have consensus, starting in the ITU World Radio Communications Conference this year, on a global approach to what bands might be used for 6G, rather than the fragmentation that we have seen with 5G in terms of spectrum bands? And then, once again, there are the external imperatives: security, reliability, sustainability, and of course respect of the human and data protection. These are all issues which it is incumbent on us, the European Union, in our leadership role to ensure that they are hardwired into any vision and design for 6G. Here, getting back down to the tools we are using, the joint undertaking, SNS, is staged in 3 phases with regard to how we should deliver on that technology vision and how Europe should be in the lead with this technology leadership that I have spoken about. So that really brings me to the last element of what I've said. So much of what we are doing is designed to ensure that Europe is in a situation where we have technology leadership, where we have open autonomy, sovereign autonomy, the ability to supply to ourselves, and the ability to compete, but with the objective, with the goal of being able to work with others to contribute and, we hope, strongly influence the standardization process so that European companies, and not just those European companies who are already global leaders, but SMEs, disruptors coming through with regard to that compute continuum from the center, from the core right out to the far edge, where edge nodes and edge computing associated with artificial intelligence will be critical design elements, but also service offerings for even beyond 5G, but certainly for 6G. Will Europe be able to do that? Can we cooperate with our partners? So there are priorities for industry and there are priorities for government. Again, this is why we have a state representative group advising and closely monitoring the work of the joint undertaking, which is co-run by our industry association and the European Commission, to ensure that those strategic priorities are taken into account. The industry associations have engaged in a number of memoranda of understanding, which we welcome, which are very useful for developing that cooperation between technologists, between the different regions. And of course, we ourselves have been actively involved in discussions, whether it is through digital agreements that we have with different governments, to even the fact that I was much further north in Sweden last week, in Luleå, where we had a meeting of the Trade and Technology Council, which is the United States and the European Union working together on technology issues, at which 6G was discussed, quite extensively in fact, and where we came to a position in which we had a 6G outlook, which is on the way to an objective that the leaders, the Secretary of State, our Vice President, have set us, which is to have a 6G vision with the United States, and even a roadmap as to how we get there. That's work which we are placing a significant burden on the shoulders of our industry, because of course it is the industry who can, to a large extent, decide, determine what it is that needs to go into that roadmap. And that is why when I speak to you about our 6G vision, it is actually how do we get there? How do we get to have that vision within the next year in order then to be able to deliver the research and the innovation at the end of it? So this global cooperation is essential in the context of strategic autonomy and also in the context of ensuring that the values that we hold so dear in Europe are actually hardwired into the technology which will become 6G. With that, I'd like to say once again thank you to our hosts, to our co-hosts. I wish you all a very enjoyable conference, and I look forward to the discussions and the technical displays that we will have, and I look forward to working with you, the industry, the experts, over the next year or two with regard to implementing our 6G vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tommy.
For your great welcome address. So we have a small sign of appreciation also for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Magnus Frodig, who is a Vice President and Head of Research at Ericsson, and is also Conference General Co-Chair. So very welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very much, Tommy.
Very welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is yours, the clicker is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So dear friends and colleagues, it's so nice to be here in Gothenburg, and thanks for all the program organizing and hosting us all here for this week. You have heard here from previous opening speakers that we are a little bit in a perfect storm when it comes to our technology. I think some of us has been around and we have always had a big excitement around it, right, when we have done the different generations. And now we are heating up here in front of 6G, and we are in the middle of the very important research phase. And I guess we are used to providing a technology which has changed our lives and how we are using communication today compared to 10, 20 years ago and 30 when we got the first mobile communication networks at scale. But now the technology is used at so much more. It's becoming a critical infrastructure for societies and for industries. So from being something providing telecommunication services, which has always been important, it's now sort of a foundation when it comes to competitiveness of different regions. And there is then a great sort of importance for the different regions to be in control and want to own and want to participate. And we are seeing this, that we have now investments and strategies and clear messages from the European Union backing up the work that we are doing. But of course, we are seeing that in all different regions in the world. So this conference then is very important, and it's important, of course, for the fact that it's nice to meet all of you again. I met quite a lot of my old friends yesterday at the reception. I'm looking forward to the discussion these days, but also a lot of new friends to be made, right? And I really hope that we take the opportunity to discuss the research results being presented, but also the possibilities of additional work. And I think we have a big responsibility. The fact that our technology, as I said, will be key for society. It will be a technology that can be an enabler to address the challenges we have in front of us. And in order to do that, it's really about the digitalization. Provide both the connectivity, we need to provide the compute with the edge compute and making this work together, to provide this end-to-end, both from a connectivity and from a compute point of view. And then we need to make the data come through, right? So we are exposing the data out of these platforms in order to use the data-driven applications on top. And doing that, the potential is enormous. But we also, of course, need to be thorough when it comes to securing that the technology can be trusted. Of course, we have been working on encryption and privacy, but it now goes so much broader. Because we are having a technology which will be more mission critical, so we need to also address the robustness and the resilience. And then you get into this explainability, predictability of the technology. And if you can have that sort of explainability, you can also then talk about what are the ethical aspects of using the technology. So I think there is a lot of interesting discussions to be had here. Just to inspire you, I would like to end my opening here with showing a short video. Some of you have seen it, but I think it's worth watching again. And it shows a little bit how the digital and physical worlds are coming together, and how we humans then are able to be in the blend of these two worlds. So we have this mixed reality type of applications in front of us. Let's roll the video. And I think there is a lot of innovation and research needed in order to make this possible, this future possible. So it's about connecting machines, provide safety, reliability. It's about having this opportunity of your personal assistant, and it's about these immersive meetings between people, right? You didn't see any technology or devices or things in this movie, but it's a lot of research and innovation needed. And I'm happy to be part of this journey, and I hope that we should work together on this. Thank you very much, and welcome to the conference.
Thank you, Magnus.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy.
Great to hear all your words, and as a sign of appreciation, and we will hear more from you quite soon. 9:45, we will start the keynote. So.
Yeah, this was a teaser. Then I will explain how to do it, right?
How to do it after.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next speaker is Eric Slottner, who's Minister for Public Administration in Sweden. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to come today, but he has sent us a video greeting to the conference.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is my pleasure to participate, however remotely, at this important event, gathering experts from all over the world to discuss future communication system. Cellular networks have evolved significantly with successive generations, marking significant milestones for mobile connectivity. Starting with 2G, allowing users to call and text each other on the move, to 3G that provided users with video calls and web surf, to 4G, offering full social connectivity and making smartphones and tablets part of our everyday life. We are now in the middle of the rollout of 5G, which offers high speeds and low latency and will be a facilitator for smarter industry. By 2030, I believe that the potential for 6G will be enormous. It will provide super intelligent communication systems for industry applications, and it will simplify people's lives and increase communication anywhere, anytime, and for everything. However, 6G should be regarded as an emerging critical technology, and we must get it right. Without a common vision on 6G among democratic nations, there is a risk of having research, development, and standardization fragmented. Globally recognized standards organizations must remain the main vehicle of design and standardization towards performant and secure 6G systems. 6G standards must be set in a transparent manner in conformity with WTO principles on technical barriers to trade. 6G wireless communication systems should be secure, resilient, and affordable. They should contribute to closing digital divides in both developed and developing nations. The freedom of the individual and the fundamental rights must be guaranteed in the development of 6G standards. Safety and climate protection must be taken into account from the very beginning. We must combine and leverage our joint strengths within the framework of international research, collaborations to develop 6G technologies that are in line with democratic fundamental values. Like-minded countries need to actively and jointly prioritize 6G research and provide the tools needed for innovation. That will be the key to democratic technological leadership. The EU-US Trade and Technology Council has made important progress for the next steps regarding 6G development. The outcome of the recent ministerial meeting in Luleå, providing guiding principles, set us on a path towards a technological revolution for next generations to come. With sincere wishes to a successful conference. Thank you.
So since we still are in 5G era, I cannot teleport it. So we will ship it by traditional post soon. So thank you, Eric, and I will do it face-to-face later. With that, I would like to declare the conference, the EuCNC and 60 Summit 2023, officially opened. For me, rose is a sign of big hearts. It's a sign of welcoming, appreciations. So I hope you will feel the warmth from us, the appreciation, and feeling welcomed. This rose is made by my mother during her last days before she passed away in March. She was an artist, so I thought I will share that with you. Welcome, and I hope you will have a great stay in Gothenburg and the conference. So next on the agenda is the keynote number 1 by Magnus Frodig. We are also streaming the keynote, so we will start that sharp on the time of the schedule, which is 9:45. So we have a little bit pause until then. So please get seated. Okay, good morning, everyone that are joining for the keynote. So the first keynote at the EuCNC and 60 Summit 2023 is by Magnus Frodig, who is Vice President and Head of EuCNC Research. We will, after the presentation by Magnus, we will have the question and answer session. So you will see there are 6 microphones along the paths here. So go to one of those microphones if you're interested in asking a question. So we would appreciate that, and there will be this Q&A at the end. So with that, I would like to introduce Magnus Frodig. Dr. Magnus Frodig is Vice President and Head of EuCNC Research. In this role, he leads EuCNC's long-term technology research organization, its close collaboration with academia and industry, and its contributions to the EuCNC business and product development. He holds a Master of Science degree from Linköping University of Technology in Sweden, and a PhD in radio communication systems from the Royal Institute of Technology, where he is also adjunct professor in wireless infrastructures. He's a fellow of the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering and Science, EVA. Frodig joined EuCNC in 1994 and has over the past 3 decades held various senior positions within research and development and product management throughout the generations of mobile technology from 2G and all the way to current research on 6G technologies. Magnus is also an innovator, and he holds 29 patents so far. So with no further ado, Magnus, I'm happy to welcome you again upstage.
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is all yours, the clicker is yours. The audience is yours, both here and online. And I will come up next to you during the Q&A session and help to moderate.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, shifting gear from opening to presentation here on the vision on the future of technology and 6G then in particular. So let's see if we get this started. And I think there is, of course, always now in these early days, what will 6G be, what kind of role will it play, etc. And that's, of course, very difficult to answer because we have been, during the previous generation, we have provided this platform which has enabled a lot of innovation. And we haven't really been able to foresee everything that's sort of taking off and how different applications are changing our lives, etc., on top of these platforms. I think 6G, if I now 7 years before it's being launched, they need to state what I believe it will be. I think it will play the absolute key role of connecting the cyber digital world and the physical world. And if you can connect these 2 worlds, there is a lot of applications that can be created on top of that. So that will be the theme of the talk here today. Before going to 6G, I guess we need to reflect a little bit on the development of 5G. And one thing we are fairly sure about is that our consumption of network data is increasing, and it continues to increase in this exponential way. And here we have the different technologies here. So we have the yellow, which is sort of The 4G technology is peaking and then flattening out, and we have the growth on the orange, the 5G. And then on top of that, we are seeing a new business where the 5G technology is so strong and powerful that it can offer a fiber-like experience. So it's getting market share when it comes to the fixed wireless side. So it's being used for connectivity at homes as well. So this traffic growth is, of course, something that drives investment. And the most efficient way for telecommunication operators to increase the capacity is to increase with new spectrum, new, more spectrum-efficient technology, and deploy that on existing sites. And that is how it's been traditionally been done, and now we're doing that for 5G as well. And the build-out of 5G networks is faster than 4G was, right? So it's the fastest growing technology that we have seen. And we see how, when you are installing the 5G networks, how traffic is moving over to the 5G networks. And everybody already has sort of 5G phones available, right? So it's a very strong migration and take-up of 5G. But this is one leg. The other leg is still in early phase. And this is this sort of using 5G for different industries. And we have been looking, for example, at smart manufacturing, the purple here on this list. And then in the graph there, you can see the expected sort of number of connected equipment, devices, sensors in smart manufacturing to create this digital factory of the future. And we are really still on a fairly flattish development there. And this is always the case, right, with this exponential development, that it looks a little bit linear in the beginning, and then sort of you really see how it explodes. So we haven't seen this yet, right? So this is a challenge that we have, that we are now trying to make a 6G technology that will sort of fit into the future where this blue curve has happened. So we need to imagine that we have the take-up that we have been planning for. We see all the signs of the different industries. There is devices coming. There are investments. We see how our sales is going up in this segment. There is huge investments, right? And all industries are creating digital twins of all of their products and services, etc. So there is a big momentum, but we are still in this early times. So when we talk about 6G, we need to take into account that we have seen now this digitalization going on broadly in the coming 7 years before we have sort of 6G on the market. So it's always tricky to think about step 2 when you haven't taken the first step, really. So this is a challenge, but we need to assume this. And the values and the potential of the different possible industries that can take advantage of this digitalization is, of course, huge. So the enabling technology and the enabled value of this sort of digitalization, I think there is no questions around that. So looking now at this 6G networks of the future in 2030, where we are connecting the cyber and physical worlds here. You saw the movie there in the opening, and that was really about this connecting the digital and the physical realities. In order to do that, you will need, of course, a lot of connectivity, and this is really our home turf. We have been working on this for previous generations, and there's a lot of research now. I will show a little bit of it later, where we are enhancing, we are adding new capabilities, and we are really pushing forward then on this use of this technology and the further evolution and so on. The trustworthiness is something which comes with more and more importance. it's not only of encrypting data and protecting identities. It's about really providing these resilient and robust networks where you can sort of use them for mission-critical, life-depending type of applications. So if you want to realize the scenario with the connected bus and the bicycle there, you realize that you need a very, very robust system, of course, in order to run such applications. So here I think we will make quite a lot of progress compared to 5G when we go to 6G. I think we made quite a lot in 5G when it comes to providing sort of ultra low latency and robustness. But I think we need to build that in much more on lower layers when we look at 6G. So you need to have that already in the physical layer, multiple connections, and so on, right? Then the cognitive part, and I think this is really something that are feeding this sort of digital representation on top of these networks. We need to have sort of data out of the network in order to get metadata around the communications that we are providing. It could be, of course, positioning, it could be time information, but it could be predictions on the future network connectivity, etc. And joint communication and sensing information should then be provided upwards. So this is of importance in order to build all the applications on top of this digital representation. But of course, the network in itself should take advantage of all of this sort of data around its setup, its performance, and how it can adjust to changing demands. Because the requirements on these networks will go beyond sort of best effort type of services, which is dominating today, where a short glitch in communication might not be that big of a deal. But now it's so much more important to have sort of the possibility to make this assurance of your provided communication, and by that you need to be data-driven. You need to have the observability and everything in place. And the complexity will continue to go up, and we need to hide that complexity within the network by making the network in itself more data-driven and autonomous. Then finally, these applications that we are foreseeing, to really make them real-time and low latency, you also need to have the compute and the application close to the action. If there's this traffic crossing you want to control or something, you can't have the data center too far away, right? So there is a need to be able to move the compute between the central, the edge, and the device. And in order to do that, you really see that you need to merge the connectivity and the compute networks into one coordinated infrastructure. So we talk about this network compute fabric. Given all of this, we should be able then to provide this fully digital representation of the different environments. We should be able to do the simulation, location, and mapping type of applications in order to provide then the base for applications on top of this. And here we need to think about how we can use these applications in a way so we can have multiple operators, multiple vendors, to get this fully interoperability between both the infrastructure vendor, the operator, the compute provider, the application provider. So we need APIs on top of this digital representation where you can sort of access both, put your user data, the data around the application, the compute, etc. Everything needs to be integrated so you can create these applications on top. And then you can do this Internet of Senses type of applications. You could sort of get the digitalization and programmability. You can have the connected machines on top of that. And I haven't talked so much about it now, but there is sort of obviously everything we do is now driven by the sustainability investment and angle and requirements. So of course the network itself needs to be more resource efficient in all possible ways, but the enablement of doing things in society in a more optimized way as, of course, a good first start in reducing our CO2 footprint. And if you completely change the way you do things, you can drastically change, of course, the footprint we have. And this digital moving things from sort of physical products and things into digital is, of course, one way of reducing the environmental footprint of our society. So looking a little bit into this, the connecting the cyber and physical worlds. So in the physical world, we will have that filled with sensors. So all of this information needs to be moved over to the digital, right? In this digital side, you will have this real-time sort of digital representation. Then you will have different objects in the physical. They will have their digital twin then, real-time updated, also living in this digital representation. And if you have that full digital understanding of the scene, the things that you would like to control, etc., then of course you can make applications on that side. And you can of course go back and see what went wrong. You can also look forward and predict. You can have, since you have a fully digital model, you can also simulate different actions, and you can select the one that leads to the outcome that you would like to see, and then you can program that back, send that information back to the physical actuators, and in that way you can build these cyber-physical connections. So this is really the key. And the good news is that we can do this on top of 5G, so all of this needs to be started, established, explored, ecosystem needs to be created. So we have this uptake of this digitalization from now on, building on the 5G networks that is being rolled out, has been rolled out. So we have an enormous opportunity here to really use the networks we have, right? So this is the most important, I think. Then, of course, we will learn, so we will see the limitations. In a way, this is the first generation when it comes to connected machines, etc., right? So of course, there will be features needed, capacity needed that we have not yet planned for. So the need for 6G will grow over this time. And then in parallel here, we are now, of course, starting up the 6G work, and we know it's a long process. It takes time to create these technologies. So if you look a little bit into the 6G time frame, we are now at 2023, so we are in the middle of this sort of basic research. We have done the first projects together. We have been running research in the universities. We have been working in the industry, etc., exploring different technologies. Now we are in a phase to put together all of these different things into something that can give the desired performance. So that's a very exciting phase. And then, of course, this is not sort of final when it comes to basic things. We will gradually bring in new technologies into 6G, of course. But we have the first systemization phase going on now, which is very interesting. And then hopefully we can get a little bit on that, so we have a preliminary view on that, and then we will open up in standardization, and we start with the study items and the work items, etc. And then at the parallel, we will also see different test beds and trials going on, showing the potential of the technology. And then we are aiming to get the commercial products here in the 2030 timeframe. So this is all good, right? And spectrum is also being on the agenda here, and I will return to that. But we have 2023 now, we had a World Radio Conference, and 2027 we had a World Radio Conference that hopefully then can identify and take decisions on spectrum that we can make available then for 6G networks. Before going into some specific ideas, I would like to reflect a little bit on this, the need when it comes to 6G and the capabilities then we would like to have. I think previously we have been very much looking at the capacity the coverage, the data rate, etc. And now we had the latency and the positioning, etc. in 5G on top of that. 5G really made huge advancements when it comes to energy efficiency. So that there we have done a lot. But now the target that we have in front of us is more complex. And we have efficiency there in the center. We have secure, more highlighted, and sustainability. So to take the energy efficiency of the technology and the enabling capabilities even further. So this is really at the core. Then, of course, we have this outer ring there with things like the sensing. Can we use the network for sensing? I think that's very interesting. We have the relation with the dependable compute and the AI algorithms. I think we have increased flexibility of the standard when it comes to deployment, but in practice it's very much large macro cells providing coverage today, which is dominating the deployments. And I think we need to see a richer way of building these networks in the future. And in order for that to happen, we need to provide even more cost-efficient way of doing that, of course. So there is a lot of additional requirements in order to build this 6G network platform that really can enable these applications. And it will not be enough. You are taking a Netflix movie over here, sending that over here. It will be much more demanding in order to provide these real-time applications and to provide both connectivity, compute, security, and data around it. So we really need to think broader. And this is to me what makes the 6G even more sort of interesting, right? So going into a few details, let me talk a little bit about spectrum. Spectrum is, of course, always key. And we have seen how the 3.5 spectrum has really been the engine of providing high capacity for 5G networks now. We really like to have more spectrum, of course, in as low as possible range in order to continue this. So we have talking about this centimeter range there, 7 to 20, 7 to 15 gigahertz. On this band, we believe that we can use this technology and reuse sites and still provide good coverage on these frequency bands. Then we are also going even higher. So there is this sub-terahertz where you can have then an extremely large bandwidth, of course, but of course the propagation will be a challenge there. To illustrate this and to use it, is always a need to look at this, that you use this combination of frequencies. Just using one single frequency for a network is not a good idea. You need to combine them. So you take if you have high capacity users which are in a good spot, of course, you should take them with the highest frequency you have available and offload that so you can use your lower frequencies for the ones that are around the corner and indoor and a little bit further difficult places. So I have an illustration here on combining the two green ones here. Before that, on the sub-terahertz, we show now in Barcelona this year at the Mobile World Congress a demo there of 100 gigabits, still over a cable, but with all the digital parts on both transmitter and receiver on these bands. So obviously it's possible to build the communication networks providing 100 gig data rate. The question is, of course, what kind of coverage, etc., you can expect. And it could, of course, be on extreme situations where you would like to have sort of in a stadium or in a conference hall like this, everybody would like to have their own sort of augmented reality experience of this session, etc., looking at all the virtual objects I have here around me, etc. So that will, of course, be one case. But it's also like this, that you can have a centimeter here deployment, providing then sort of 10 gigabit or something. And then if I click once more, I think both of these will move, exactly. But then, of course, you can provide even higher capacity to the outdoor users in this red area. So still, even in a normal deployment of today, in an industrial area, in this case it's a model of Kista here, where we have our headquarters, you can have quite a lot of traffic taken up by the terahertz band as well. So you shouldn't just put it as a niche. It could be used, of course, in combination with other bands. But it's really the centimeter that will provide the capacity that will move the needle compared to today's networks. Then looking at another extreme, if this was sort of the terahertz, this is sort of the opposite, you can say. How can you build sensors which are zero power, almost zero costs? And how many sensors could you have in a jacket like this? And what could you use it for? So we are doing this together with MIT. They have created a thread, a metal thread, or a thread with metal in it. And they can create this fabric, and then you get a pressure sensor for each of the crossing of these threads. And then you can connect all of that, and then you can get the data out of that by training it like this. And the trick here is really the enormous amount of sensor information. That could, of course, look noisy, but if you feed that into an AI algorithm, which has sort of the ground truth, you can start to predict what the person doing just by looking at the sensors from the socks. So it's amazing, and I think this is just an example of what we can do when we have this surplus, enormous amount of sensors being connected and able to take that data and use that in order to predict and understand what is happening in different scenarios. So this was a little bit around the sensing. Then, of course, this will need to be connected, and you can't have batteries and everything, right? So you need really to go for extreme low power consumption, and you need to do some energy harvesting. And we have really stretched it to the extreme here, and we have designed this harvesting device in order to collect enough energy in order to do some processing and to transmit messages then from the sensors. And we have done this before. We have a huge set now of technologies, right? So we have the NR, the 5G. Then we are in the standard have done the reduced capabilities, so red cap, going down in order to make a little bit simpler 5G devices, but still very capable. Then we have from 4G times the LTE-M and the narrowband IoT. But this one, we are really placing there even further down when it comes to even less capabilities, but then very, very low energy consumption, and even so low that you don't need to have a battery, right? Or you don't need to change the battery. And of course, this opens up a lot of different use cases. You can have these on-body trackers, you can fill different environments with sensing, etc. And you can have these plants, and yeah, it is just enormous what kind of values. And you get report these days from different farmers, have digitalized part of their farm, etc. And they're reporting back that, yeah, 20% gain is possible straight off, right? And if you then completely change ways of doing things, the gains are even larger. So this is exactly the potential that we need to use when it comes to using our technology in order to address the challenges we have in front of us. Finally, I would like to talk a little bit about JCAS, Joint Communication and Sensing. And here, of course, you can think about like a radar system. You send out the pulse and get it back, right? But within our networks, we can, of course, we have a huge infrastructure which we can reuse. So we can have some base station transmitting, some base station receiving, we can use the devices, etc., in different combinations. If we are working on lower frequencies, then of course we get a better range, better coverage. If we do go on extremely high frequencies, then we can get up a higher accuracy. And to illustrate this, we have made this small lab experiment. So this is a room where we have a a transmitter and a receiver. And the importance here is that the receiver can, of course, detect when the signal comes from different reflections and then at what angle. So by the time difference, of course, you get sort of the distance, which is on an elliptic form, right? And then with the receiver, on the angle of that gives you a point on that ellipse. And then you can do this and follow the different responses then from the different objects that you get in when you do this sort of frequency sounding in this area. And it could look then something like this. This is a room, you get different reflections, and you can see there how different objects can be detected by these clear reflections coming in, and in what angle they are coming in this antenna array. So it's obviously possible to make a joint communication and sensing by using our technology in order to get sort of the information around. And I know there's a lot of research going on here. There are demos outside in the exhibition hall on this, etc. So please engage and ask more questions to the ones presenting out there. So ending up with a little bit of advertisements here. So on the Ericsson booth outside in the exhibition hall, you can see these zero energy devices I talked about. You can see the sort of non-terrestrial application, that the satellite piece, the holographic communication we are showing, digital twin of the 6G network. We have this multi-robot sort of exploration here just outside in the lobby. And you should also go to the HexaX. Project is in its final phase, and we are able there together with our partners in the project to show very interesting demos there as well. There is something on the waveforms. We have the joint communication and sensing demo over there. There's a data-driven piece, collaborative robots there as well, explainable AI, and all of these different topologies to make the systems work in different sort of emergency situations, etc. So by that, I would like to conclude, and I really see that 6G will enable this cyber-physical world. There is a rich set of possibilities in front of us, and I think we will be all surprised what the different innovation and application that will be created on top. And there is a lot of work to be done, and I hope that you all are interested in contributing in driving this technology forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's time to start the Q&A part. I hope we have you slept well, you are eager to ask questions. So as I mentioned in the beginning, there are 6 microphones along the paths here, so please go to a microphone. We have a first question over there, yes.
Thank you. Joseph Noll from the University of Oslo and the Basic Internet Foundation. I've seen that you are still extremely keen on technology, whereas the sustainability of giving access to information for every single person on this world isn't mentioned neither in your 5G evolution and your 6G evolution. And looking into Africa, where like south of Sahara, 40% are not connected, schools are not connected. Where is the vision of of coverage and connecting the unconnected?
Yeah, thank you. There were a little bit multiple questions there, right? I think when it comes to providing technology to unconnected areas, sometimes it could be a question about technology, but typically it's more of of a difficulty to have investment in the technology, building the networks. The technology is available. I think with the integration of satellite communication and the promise of more efficient and lower cost satellite communication, backhaul down to these different places will be possible. And that has the potential of lowering cost and making the technology available in even more areas of the world. So I sympathize with your comment there, but it's not only sort of a technical type of question, right?
I would tend to disagree, because like in 4G, we have extended cells. We have demonstrated in Norway that we can reach out to boats 120 kilometers. In 5G, the coverage is bad. And we could use the multi-MIMO technology in 5G for large cells to actually reach out to rural schools in Africa.
Yeah, you can a little bit extend the coverage. I agree, and I think we have these technologies available. And I think then also, of course, to really get out to areas which is not on the border of the current sort of networks, you really need to take multiple hops or really into different places when you have connectivity today. Of course, then satellites is an interesting option. Then I think you also addressed the energy efficiency, and I didn't talk so much about it, but the 5G networks have the potential to really reduce energy consumption, because they are built in a way so you can have them in sleep mode when they are not sort of transmitting, right? Or when there is no sort of communication going on in the cells. And by doing that, it is possible to build denser and denser networks and lower the needed energy for the communication, but keeping sort of this background use of energy down. And of course, adding one system is not solving it, but if you are adding 5G, moving traffic from older generations into 5G and can able to turn off older equipment, there is a huge saving. So I think we have been addressing that, and we will continue to address that going forward, definitely. Thank you.
Please.
My name is Toon Up from TNO. We just talked about 6G for, let's say, rural areas, but how do you see the role of 6G for providing more indoor coverage? We see a lot of data actually being generated from indoors, from this kind of environments, from homes. That's where people are sitting when they're with their tablets and using a lot of data. Is 6G going to do this, or what's the role of Wi-Fi in this?
Yeah. On the 5G side, I think we all see now that our phones are connected to 5G when we are outdoor and indoor, right? And that's happening in the good old way that you are connecting to outdoor base stations still. I think we have higher frequencies also for 5G, and there is a possibility to build this millimeter wave type of networks, which would be perfect for indoor locations. We haven't seen that taking off yet. As I said, it's very much traditional large base stations, which is still the dominant way of building networks. I think we have technology available, and I think we are seeing it taking off more when it comes to deployment in factories, etc., where the factory owner can take the investment and the value generated by providing this dedicated and very sort of capable communication easily could be return on investment on these cases, right? So there you have market starting, and we are seeing how the radio dot system that we have are taking market, and we also see our competitors are gaining market here, and so it is happening on the industrial side on these dedicated indoor networks. I really hope that we can also see that in more public areas as well, of course. Not yet sort of taking off. And again, now we are talking about 6G. I don't think 6G will magically solve this. That this needs to be solved now based on 5G. And then 6G will kick in to provide even higher capacity if everybody in these indoor areas would like to have these augmented reality services, etc., to provide that high capacity. Thank you.
More questions? Please, Stefano.
Hi, my name is Stefano Buzzi. I'm from the University of Cassino, Italy. Okay, regarding ISAC, Integrated Sensing and Communications, do you see as a potential use case also for operators the surveillance of our skies in urban areas? So if you imagine of a futuristic scenario where we have UAV flying taxis and so on, using the communication infrastructure, so the base stations acting also as radars, this could permit having this control of the areas and provide new business opportunities. What do you think about this scenario?
Yeah, I think that sounds like one very suitable scenario for using this technology. It was most likely the reflections that you will get more clear, and since they are objects quite separated, that will reflect back. So yes, I think it could definitely be used for that. Yes.
Thank you.
More questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and very inspiring. And so I listened carefully, right? So in order to connect the digital world and the physical one, so you get some data, some information, but later you need to make some decision and act on those. So all of them actually require somehow computing capabilities built in the network. So the computing could be provided in an end device like cell phone or just a machine or node, or could be provided in a core network here. So I'm wondering, and to the best of your knowledge, right, how should we balance, leverage, and distribute such computing capability? Moreover, for the standards body like 3GPP or somewhere else, should they standardize such computing capabilities? Right now, people are talking about like hertz, terahertz, all those kind of things. Those are bandwidth related. But in order to implement applications, somehow we need to put everything you are talking about in a, somehow in a standards roadmap. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There is no. This is a key question, how this compute and communication will evolve together. I think today we have the sort of the applications being done in some central data center and sort of run on the device. That's what's happening today, and that business model will of course continue. I think there are different things than breaking that, and the real-time requirements moves compute further down in the network. And then, of course, the hyperscalers and other compute providers will build more and closer and closer. So they will be able to have their compute closer and closer. But then you would need to have places where you have compute and connections to all the different operator networks in a fairly distributed way. So here I think standardization could come in play, and how you should then be able to, together with the connectivity and the compute, what kind of values you will be able to expose to applications. Another force that drives something different is that the devices are not able to handle all the compute they would like to do. So they need to offload compute to the network or to the data centers or the edge data centers or something like that. So that's another driving force. And then, of course, you would like not to offload it too far away if you are really working on time-critical communications. So there is a lot of forces speaking for that, yes, there will be compute in the network or data centers, edge data centers, which are sort of connected together with the network. And it's really an open question on exactly how this would look like. So this will be exciting to follow and see how it develops.
Thank you very much. But you haven't talked about that, the roadmap of such computing capabilities in a standards body like 3GPP, if that's needed, right? So EuCNC as a major vendor maybe could do something here. I'm not sure, like maybe currently in 3GPP roadmap, there are already a working group talking about this, right? Such as, for example, API, like related to computing, that kind of thing. So right now in all the like documents and I read, so there's nothing talking about those because they are only talking about connection, right? Here, in order to connect digital one and physical one together, we need a probably more intelligent computing, that kind of thing. So that's something I just like to know your opinion about it. Not definitely final answer, definite answer.
Yeah, I don't know the answer on this one, right? But I think we need to take some steps. It needs to be a build out of this infrastructure, and I think we are seeing how hyperscalers are building out their networks to all countries, to all major cities, and further out into sort of all cities, basically, right? So there is a build out of compute. And this is a huge investment, and it takes time, and you can see how that could go even further, and you can have compute, perhaps not at every base station, but in areas where we have base stations. So this is, of course, happening. But there's also this accessibility of the connectivity, and if you would like to have these connections between multiple different objects that you would like to control, they happen to be on different operators, etc. You need also the APIs on top of the network. So I think there are steps that we need to take before we will see the fully network compute fabric. So we need to see how the compute is more distributed compute is being built out, and we would like to see how the APIs out of the network is being developed, where you can access more sort of quality of service network slices with different characteristics, and you can do this cross multiple operators, etc. So there are a few steps at least before we get to this fully network fabric that we need to explore first. And when we have done that, I think perhaps the second question here will be clearer.
Okay. I think we can take one more short question. Then we need time for the coffee break. And there are two speakers in the speaker's corner, also doing coffee break, starting 10:40. So let's one diesel short question, please.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for sharing your ideas. One of the things that you spoke about. Sorry, my name is Ashwini Bihari, and I'm from the Satellite Applications Catapult in the UK. So you spoke about reach, resilience, robustness, and the sustainability aspects. And many of these goals, in order to achieve them, relies on the convergence of, as we know, terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. And I would like to hear from Ericsson's perspective, what are you working on proactively to drive this convergence? Because very often we see it's almost like a wait-and-see game. Let's see if satellite communication is going to become cheaper, more accessible, but the industry is fragmented as we know it. So I'd like to hear your views on that.
Yeah, I think we're doing many things here, and we do see a market opportunity in this as well. I don't think we are planning to build satellites or electronics that will be on the satellite, but there's a lot of equipment on the ground that we are ready to provide and compete with. What we are doing is that we are driving POCs together with other industry players in order to verify the link budgets and how many megabits you can get in different conditions using a smartphone then to connect with satellites. I think that's important to verify and make to prove the performance. And then we are driving the adjustments of the 5G technology in 3GPP, right? With how to adjust with all the Doppler shifts and following satellites and all of this fine-tuning that is needed to optimize performance. So these are two very concrete contributions from our side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's time to conclude the keynote 1. Let's give Magnus a big applause. And also to all of you being active questions. So I have another gift for you,
okay.
Magnus. It's another color this time.
Yeah. I have some for my wife as well then.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So then it is cover break, 10:40. There will be speakers in the speakers' corner. It's in the upper left part of the exhibition area. 14 hours, we have the next plenary event, plenary 1.
Själv är jag rädd för. Hello. So jag just go on the...
It's maybe a bit tight, but okay.
It's too tight. Feels too tight.
Well, yeah. Okay, so I'm actually on mic in the room. Okay. Good.
Sorry.
And then, well, it was just to test if this works properly, and this seems to work well. So do you hear that nose breathing or not when I do that? Subtle. It's you think this is good? Okay. He's happy?
Yeah.
Okay. Then if he's happy, I trust. Okay. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Hejsan hoppsan. Ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start this panel session number 1. I have a great pleasure to be chairing this panel session, and traditionally, we as 6G Flagship, one of the co-organizers, we have privilege to organize one panel each year at this conference. So we selected this time to talk about digitalization and closing the digital divide gap that we are having already now during 4G, 5G era. And we are discussing today what should we do and what issues we should discuss about when moving forward towards 6G era on this respect. We have really a great panel today representing quite broad view on digitalization, related business models, etc. We have Jaap van der Beek from University of Luleå, Marko Höytyö from VTT Research Center, Sudhir Dixit representing today University of Oulu, Aki Nakao, professor from Tokyo University, Hannes Stine from Telenor, and Volker from Nokia. So we have both industry and operator also represented. The biographs are in the program. You can find more of their specialties and background over there. So when we talk about 6G and the research agenda for 6G, we started our flagship program already 5 years ago and realized early on that the scope of 6G has to be much broader than it has been before, and we have to actively bring to the discussions some of the societal aspects. Sustainability discussions really took off when we were launching flagship in 2018, and already, so that's an important area. Also, these alternative future business models, they were actually brought to discussions when 5G was aggressively pushing new dimensions of this famous IMT 2020 triangle, massive machine-type communications and ultra-reliable low-latency communications, opening the way towards future vertical directions. So these alternative business models is very important. Then regulative aspects, of course, are important. As we know, ITU has been actively collecting technology alternatives in a big document that has been already done the work, and this June they are going forward to define the usage scenarios for 6G, really showing the way we are going to develop it. Later this year, World Radio Conference will be starting the global discussion on spectrum allocation for 6G. Plus, we have tons of different research directions, whatever we like, that we have been exploring and are exploring. So the scope is really huge, and early phase of 6G development, it's important to carry on all these aspects. In this panel, we'll be focusing on digital inclusion. Actually, the main message that we would like to get clarified here is, in other end of the line is 6G enabled metaverse type of engineer's daydream vision of 6G versus simply improving coverage so that future societies relying on all sorts of digital services are really serving the citizens no matter where they are, even in the wilderness, even in poor countries in the middle of nowhere. So this is the main focus area of this panel, although we'll be touching many, many other issues brought up to you by our great panelists. With these words, I think we should invite the first person to invite. Okay. Yep, you can come here. Should come out.
I really need to get close to that because I can't see that.
I don't know what is going on. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we've had very strict orders to keep this within 5 minutes. So let me dive immediately into my first slide. This is a case study I want to discuss, and perhaps it can kick off some discussions later on the particular problems and solutions that we may have. The case study is in the very north of Sweden. You see the map here, and this is a coverage map that we downloaded a couple of weeks ago. And this is actually the situation for that it has been for the last 30 years, the last 3 decades since the mobile phone started. So you see there's an enormous amount of area that is not covered. And then you may say, what is mountainous regions and so on, and then there's not much to cover in the first place. Well, it's quite rather the opposite. There's a lot of value and a lot of activity here going on. First, you have the tourism. There's a hiking trail here, which brings tens of thousands of tourists to this region, and they are out of coverage. So there's an industry here that cannot connect, basically, and has not been able to connect. We have more importantly, arguably, we have indigenous people here that have summer residence. There's hundreds of Sami people who have their summer residential places in these valleys here, and also they have been without coverage. So I want to. And we have, in a national project in the last 5-6 years, we have been taking on the challenge of bringing coverage to this region. And we've stumbled across a number of uphill challenges, basically, that I want to go through. I have 3 slides. The first one is the business models. So one of the problems and challenges we have seen is that, well, clearly, operators so far have chosen not to bring any coverage there, and the problem is really related to the business model in the sense that whenever you ask the operators, could you put the base station there? They say the first question they ask is, how many residents are there? In other words, how many new SIM cards, how many new subscriptions can we buy? There is a single parameter that today determines whether a base station is profitable in such an area. And so the marginal cost of extra traffic is irrelevant. If we have, and that is due to the flat rate, right? If we would still have a model where we would charge by the megabyte, perhaps these kind of base stations would be profitable. So the residential model is something, because these Sami people I just mentioned, they don't live there. They live there for a couple of months a year, and then they move again. So they don't count in the eyes of in the business models, right? The second one, spectrum regulation, right? So there is spectrum in these. Of course, there's plenty of spectrum here. Actually, there is no spectrum scarcity at all. We don't have to search for spectra. We shouldn't be able to search for spectra to connect these Sami people and tourists. But the problem is the spectrum is locked, right? There is a free market for the spectrum. We have once every 10 or 15 years, we have an auction. And it's a nationwide auction, and the operators get their hands on that and then choose not to use the spectrum in this region. Now that is a problem, because that means that for the coming 15 years, there is no market at all. Even if you were an entrepreneur who would like to enter this market, there's thresholds, right? There's no spectrum available, even if you are willing to invest there, right? So if we look already a little bit further, that needs to change to 6G, right? So no technology changes, but regulatory changes. And the last one is, if we have these local initiatives like the ones I have talked here, you know, the base station you see here, that's the exception, right? We have been able in the last 5 years to actually put these autonomous base stations here. These are fully autonomous, no fiber, no roads there for maintenance. There's no electricity there. These are fully autonomous, and they provide now coverage in this region for these Sami people. But this is a unique accomplishment. This is not we have battling to accomplish this. There's like 4 of these currently operational, and there's another 6. Of these type of base stations that are being projected. And it's these 3 bullets that we have had to deal with, right? And perhaps we have more possibility to go into that later on. The last one is national roaming. So if we eventually would allow to have local initiatives, local spectrum regulations, local operators to take care of these like huge parts or white spaces, we will have to deal with the roaming issue, the national roaming, and create somehow the experience that we have abroad today, right? Where we can choose the operator we want with our single SIM card in our phone. So these are the 3 points: business cases, spectrum regulations, and roaming that I want to bring.
Thank you, Jaap. Exactly 6 minutes. Now we have Marco.
Thank you. So, what I'm going to tell you is a little bit about why satellites are needed as integral part of the coming 6G networks. So, how 5G networks have been designed is that, and planned, they have been mostly designed to operate on the horizontal domain. So, they are very well planned and optimized to support things that happen on the Earth and close to the Earth's surface. Now, when we go towards the 6G systems, we will aim to have this kind of three-dimensional architecture that includes aerial and satellite components in different orbits, to have fully three-dimensional connectivity and also positioning everywhere. So if we take a look at those performance indicators from different generations, we can see that, of course, all those main indicators are increasing with upcoming generations. So we will have more capacity, lower latency, better support for mobility. But what is really the distinctive feature is this three-dimensional capability for accurate positioning and connectivity everywhere. So those multi-layer systems, they are now taking the capabilities of those different platforms in heterogeneous network on terrestrial domain, and then the upper parts, so non-terrestrial networks. And while the 5G was not fully integrated system, even though it will have NTN component that will be integrated into it, and there will be some kind of three-dimensional system in coming years, we are nowhere near to that, and it will not be very seamless yet in the 5G, whereas in 6G, the idea is that the network will be fully seamlessly integrated so that the end user, for example, using the handheld device, can connect anywhere to any type of services using any of those access points, whether it's on the ground, on the air, or in the space. So this requires software-defined networking capabilities and end-to-end orchestration of the system. And actually, Europe is now also investing quite heavily in building this kind of multi-layer network called IRIS² or IRIS², investing $6 billion to build multi-layer system that will have the LEO satellite component, geosatellite component, and terrestrial system integrated together. And the aim is to have that system fully operational 27 and then supporting both the critical users and the end user, so the consumers. So what is satellite bringing in? So we already heard about the inclusion and remote areas. So there are a lot of these kind of areas where it is not sustainable. Some areas in the Arctic are ecologically fragile, and you cannot really build very vast infrastructures on ground. And in other areas, it is not economically feasible to build very good networks on ground, but satellites can provide capacity to those areas. So they provide ubiquity, so capacity across the globe, and in some places it can be the main system, and in other places it can provide backup and resiliency. So in case the connection on the terrestrial domain breaks, for example, due to earthquakes, then the satellites still can provide the capacity for people working there. Then mobility. Satellites are the only system that can truly support all kinds of platforms, ships, airplanes, trains, and so on, wherever they are going. You cannot really have other type of connectivity in many places. And then also you have the broadcast capability or simultaneity. You can transfer the same data to big amount of users over a large geographical area, for example, to upload some software updates needed for autonomous cars or something like that. Thank you very much.
That's great, less than 5 minutes. So, Sudir, just start clicking green one.
Green one,
it will
okay.
show those.
Thank you.
Remember, 5 minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for the invitation to be on the panel. So I have about 4 slides, and a lot of the concepts you guys already know, so I'll just walk through them very clearly. Just to set the stage, what does digital divide really mean? So it is shown here. It's a very nice book written by Joseph Stiglitz, who was the Nobel Prize winner. The book is The Price of Inequality, which is huge. So how today's divided society endangers our future, even those who are well off? It will endanger all of us. And there's a comment from the United Nations that internet had the ability to dismantle a divide. Internet failed miserably. The divide is bigger than ever, and it happens whenever we roll out the next generation of mobile technology. And here are certain bullet items that there are about 3 billion people still unconnected and even more underconnected with broadband. Digital divide increases with every new mobile generation. That's a fact of life in many parts of the world. There is huge cost for the society because these people don't have sufficient skills. They don't get enough education. They can't get good jobs. They don't have income. And they're not contributing to labor market, so the GDP of those countries is smaller than it could have been. And these people do not contribute to innovation also from their perspective, so that also affects the society and the community that they live in. Unfortunately, we are all talking about sustainability, so the timing is perfect. So we need to think about how can 5G, beyond 5G and 6G, we can think about it for everybody, for all, not only for the ones who are digitally literate and competent or are looking at the high-end applications. And so the slogan should be connecting the future for everybody. However, there are some key challenges, but they are really not technical. They mostly lie in the aspects of business models, affordability. Can people afford the service and the handsets and the smart devices? Do they get access to relevant content in their local languages? Are there relevant use cases that will affect their life every single day and ease of access? So this picture here shows very broadly, I don't expect anybody to go through the detail, that there is a local coverage in the community or in a remote hamlet or a village through Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is still a cheaper solution, but people are talking about private 5G or private 5G solution for local coverage. And then you need some kind of a backhaul. And backhaul is typically provided could be provided by TV white space, microwave fiber, or by satellite link. So the main problem or the challenge is mostly in the backhaul side, because that has to carry all the aggregated traffic, and that happens to be quite expensive, or that infrastructure does not exist. So there is an architectural model for free access. There's something called digital public goods. So the United Nations has come up with this idea about digital public goods. This is a content that is good for the society that should be made available to everybody free of cost. So it should not be charged. And those bytes should not be counted when they're consuming the content. So it's very similar. When we think of internet, we still best effort, but we should think, can we divide this internet into 2 types of network? So similar to the roads, so when you're riding a bicycle or you're walking, it is free. So there you could divide internet so that when you are using slow internet, it should be available to you for free when you're not streaming or watching video. But text and images should be delivered to you free of cost. That's the model. And that is typically called something called Internet Lite. There's a full internet and Internet Lite that should be available to everybody no matter where they are. And I don't have the time to go into it. So basically, there is something called digital public goods, and that content is residing in the servers in the internet, in the core network, and the same content would be available in the village area, in the local server that can be delivered very rapidly, and that can also have the video part in it as well. But however, the connectivity by itself doesn't add value. So you need to have a very effective knowledge portal. And many parts of the country, many parts of the world, in many countries, they don't have good portals for providing the relevant information to the users or to the community. Okay, so this is the last slide. So I wanted to share that there is a very interesting innovation that has been proposed by the government in India, whereby anybody can install a Wi-Fi hotspot wherever they want, and they don't need to get any license or anything like that. And the whole idea is built around unbundling the Wi-Fi ecosystem. So there is something called, you have got these ISPs. So a hotspot will connect to an ISP, and the access to the ISP will be managed by something called public data office aggregator. So these people, they will connect with them, and there is an application provider, so that will provide the application interface to the user. So it's like kiosks, so people can walk into the kiosks, and they have access to the internet for the duration that they are utilizing. And these guys are licensed by the some central entity where they have to register.
Your time is
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then we have Aki Nakao. Just start clicking the green one.
Okay.
Green one, it will come out.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Aki Nakao from the University of Tokyo. So I like to throw a different kind of stone in the pond. So my talk title is Democratizing 6G Innovations via Local Private Networks. So in Japan, we have a local 5G regulation. There, you can get a license if you're not telcos, if you're like university professors like me, and if you are general industry people. So then you can go to the government and get the license of the 5G. There is a designated frequency band that you can apply for and get a license for that. And you can do experiment with this 5G. But now, researchers are trying to customize this local 5G equipment so that we can go for local 6G. So the way I like to say that the democratize 6G innovations, especially in the area of use cases, because there is so much gap between telcos and the users. And in 6G, we have variety of technologies from NTN, high frequency band, 5G mid-band, and everything. And so, but in order to develop use cases, I think telcos or license holders need to talk to users more closely. So democratization means that providing people with easy access to technical and business expertise without extensive and costly training. So as I said, people are modifying this local 5G equipment. So I decided to create Raspberry Pi of a 5G equipment. So requirements for democratizing given technology, small form factor, low cost, low carbon energy, and flexibly reprogrammable and rapid deployability. So these 5 requirements are there if you would like to do something like Raspberry Pi in the field of 5G or 6G. So once we develop this type of very low cost, low power, and reprogrammable network, so then we can give this equipment to a hand of users so that they can develop new technologies and use cases. Okay, so although I have many projects to run at University of Tokyo, but Matti gave me only 5 minutes, so I chose just one project. So I brought this ultra-compact software-defined radio board that we developed. This is M.2 size, 22 millimeter by 18 millimeter. And this is just like a SSD. And you can stick in PC, and you can turn PC into a 5G base station. So the end result that we have is this very small, ultra-compact, and softwareized system. And I stick in these 2 of these software-defined radio boards inside, and then added a power amp, and then we can have the fine local 5G equipment. So I show a very small picture there, but it can do 2-layer MIMO, and the total output power is 1 watt per channel, and the later version, you can do a 4 watt with 4-layer MIMO. We can do massive MIMO with this low power device, but it's just enough for developing the new use cases for regular people to develop new use cases. So luckily, I flew from Tokyo and I stick this into my pocket, but the security border official couldn't detect that. It's small enough. And we can smuggle this. This means that you can easily export. Just bring this equipment, and everyone has a PC, so you can stick into the PC and then run a softwareized base station. And in this small box, you can run 5G-C, and together with the 5G Node B, and then you can run the full set of 5G base station. You can just hook up the Ethernet cable, and then you can operate this 5G base station. Now we are customizing this because this is softwareized radio board. So then we can tweak this uplink bandwidth. We can optimize uplink bandwidth because a local governor, for example, would like to see uplink optimization. So the use case that we looked at is mission critical operation of the 5G and also NTN combined. So many people today talked about NTN, so we like to see this local 5G combined with the NTN. So those who have come to Japan and climbed up Mount Fuji, there is a fact that almost 100 people lost their ways when they climb up the Mount Fuji because they don't have a cell phone signal available there. Telcos are not interested in deploying base stations there because there's no customers, so it wouldn't make sense to put the base stations there. So then we decided to bring this base station that we developed and load it up to this body. And then we have NTN dish antenna and combine them so that you can operate this body anywhere you want so that you can create the 5G area. This is my last slide. It's just showing off my equipment.
I was driving that vehicle with Aki in November.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Aki. Anne-Stine.
Yeah, thank you. Here we go. So, speeding up digitalization and closing digital divide. I'll hold that we need to embrace new 6G business models. And I'll do this, I'll say that user needs, they are access agnostic. 6G is supposed to be modular. And from that, I take that the point of aggregation and integration, that may change and that we will have new business models. So I've been working with a lot of use cases in many EU projects. And and one learning is that they are access agnostic. And providers already exist, but for each of these accesses, but the needs, they are going across these accesses. And this example here, this illustration here from 5G PPP in 2016 illustrates this very well. We see that it exemplifies, illustrates that use cases, they go across indoor and outdoor, across many accesses. It's urban, rural, it's national, across national borders. It is also across private and public networks. It's about mobility, of course, and we have lots of KPIs. There are different attributes that are needed for these use cases, and now we have KPIs. So use cases are access agnostic. Also, you all promised me that 5G was supposed to be modular, and 6G is supposed to be modular. And this means that you can take components or modules from these different technologies, from whatever technologies you have mentioned today, and put them together, recombine them, and provide new solutions. It's a resource pool which you can extract resources from and innovate. To me, this means that the system integrator's value proposition is needed in order to speed up digitalization and innovation, of course, moving into the 6G era. So this is, I try here to illustrate that in this 6G architecture, we take all these different components then and make one instance of a system. Then you have one, call it operator, a network. And here I try to say that I think that in future we will have one entity in this market that needs to scale, have focus on scale. It has to focus on operational efficiency, it is economic scale, it focuses on its standards. It is what we all call for as operators from 5G, for instance, ability, cost efficiency, and ability to scale. I also say that, well, with all these possible combinations, there may emerge dominant designs. We won't be able always to recombine and recombine. There will actually be dominant designs, which is something we need to understand. So, there are two types. The system integration may happen on two sides of this entity in future. On the sourcing side, this entity can do every combination itself, do it itself, of course, but probably there is a huge value proposition for a system integrator to handle complexity, take the risk, being one point of failure for this entity. And the business model for these different two entities, they are very different. We have to open up and allow for that. The other system integrator is more towards the users and the customers. In order to deliver different solutions for different needs, you have to system integrate different modules, different parts of all these technologies together in order to cater to those needs. You cater to differentiation. And of course, this is also a very different business model. So my point here is that for speeding up digitalization, we have to recognize and embrace new 6G business models, and we also have to expect competition for a dominant design, which is a different story, almost. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hannes-Tine. And now our final warm-up speaker, Volker.
Thank you, Matti. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about potential of digital. It's about opportunity, and yet the topic of the panel really is one of great relevance in terms of how do we speed up digitalization and help close the digital divide in the 6G era. So what I'd like to do with you in the next 5.5 minutes is to totally explore what are the key driving factors. How do we actually find ways to realize the potential of digital on this path to 6G era and the future networks of the future? And it starts with no surprise. It starts with what are the relevant problems to be solved, right? And when we discuss relevant problems to be solved, I guess there's 3 areas that truly stand out. One of them, as has been prominently mentioned by some of the previous speakers, is about digital inclusion. And by the way, digital inclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is not just about connecting the unconnected. That's a big one, right? In the remote areas across the globe. It's also about connecting the elderly, right? When I think of my mom and dad, my mom is okay with a smartphone today. My dad, both of them end of their 80s, not so much. Think of inclusion of the visually impaired. So there is a lot of opportunity with digital inclusion beyond connecting the disconnected in a regional sense. Trustworthy cybersecurity, another prominent theme. And now, of course, unfortunately tying into bigger change of landscape, geopolitically speaking. And of course, last but not least, it's all about sustainability. And by the way, beyond economic sustainability, it's about societal sustainability as well as, of course, environmental. Then the second area, and now with Nokia, of course, we have the ambition to create technology to help the world act together. So on this chart, you see some of the key areas that kind of will, in conjunction with 6G era networks, help us frame this so as to be ready for the next era in conjunction with multiple metaverse opportunity. So disaggregated architecture, Hanne is right, is one of the key drivers in conjunction with cloud, distributed cloud, AI, ML, right in the middle of this, cognitive architecture, and truly pervasively leveraged across the networks, Web3, new ways to build the software foundation, if you like. And by the way, and this is also a key driver we need to give a lot of attention to, it's also about skills. It's not just about innovation and technology, it's about the skills to make all this happen. And then last but not least, user needs, very prominent. And when we say user, sure enough, it's about consumers, it's about industry, making sure we provide optimized connectivity for all these stakeholder groups. But maybe, and more importantly, or as importantly, it's also about developers, new programming priorities, the ways we program systems, and I'll come back to this briefly. So with this, we at Nokia Bell Labs in particular, have a clear vision of what the opportunities might be to help us speed up digital transformation. And it's really about broad enablers, right? Broad enablers in the sense of human augmentation, in the sense of enabling people to interact with and within digital worlds, but then, of course, combine this with the very prominent theme, and we heard about this quite a bit in the earlier part of the conference already, digital-physical fusion, right? Dynamic, connected representation of real-world things in the digital world, and the way how to combine these, and then leveraging this into all kind of valuable use cases, consumer, enterprise, and industrial. And all of this, last but not least, enabled by the right networks and the associated performance attributes. And you see a number of them listed here. No time to go into these in detail now, but ubiquitous compute is one, AI, ML will be another one, and the way we interact among humans as well as with the machines. So with this, as to wrap up the last slide, and maybe 3 key factors of how to make all this happen from a network building perspective. How do we build networks so as to realize the potential of digital? I guess the one key area that is very active in research and beyond research in the meantime clearly is about extreme performance specialized networks. We call it in-X, so it could be in-body, in-car, in production. And this goes very deep. I mean, for the engineers in the room, probably most of you are. I mean, it opens up a whole range of interesting questions like how to take the UILSC paradigm to the next level for the lower layers of radio. Then the next prominent highlight area to be highlighted really is network of networks. This ties into what we've also already briefly seen previously on this panel and in some of the presentations, like connecting the unconnected by means of airborne, spaceborne vehicles, but all the way down to advanced site link, cell-free scenarios in conjunction with and going beyond what in-X could do, linking in-X into a broader context, and all of this also nicely orchestrated by disaggregated architecture with the right orchestration and cognitive orchestration in place. So having said all this, last component before I hand back over to Matti and before getting an ice hockey body check. So this is the one dimension that I think is very important. It's about business model. It's about network as a service enrichment, if you like. So how do we build networks so as to enable digital transformation, by enriching network as a service in new ways, providing network as a code. What does it mean? It means to make life easy for guys who may not have had the chance to study engineering or information computer science, right? And that's part of the way forward, provide the right APIs, and decomposed architecture is the base for this, and doing this in a dynamic and trustworthy way. And I guess these are some of the building blocks to help make digitalization happen, and especially also covering some of the aspects of digital inclusion, as we will discuss more probably as part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Walker. So let's start a discussion and hopefully some debate. We are halfway of our panel, so it means time-wise. So it means that we have plenty of time for argumentation, yelling, or whatever. Don't throw rotten tomatoes or eggs on each other. And I also expect towards the end of the panel audience to challenge us all here on the stage. So think about already some related questions that you may have. Maybe I'll get started. So most likely, we had some preparatory phone or telco meetings before this event, and I think we were agreeing in many things, not all, but many things. And I'm trying to remember what were the argumentation issues we had. But I claim that we are not primarily confronting any major technical development challenges when trying to connect the unconnected. So we have some of you pointed that already in your presentations, that many of the things are related to existing ecosystems, models. We don't have business models supporting building networks to remote areas, for example. So how should we get these local, regional, governmental players, whatever how we frame them, how could we get them involved, and what should be done in business model-wise so that those are really seriously investing on this important matter? Who wants to start?
Yeah, I can start. So I agree with this. To start, I agree with that it's not the technological path we are. And when I see the conference here and the 6G, all the ingredients are there to make it a new journey for a technological journey, right? So there is a potential danger that we miss that opportunity. And again, I would say, remember with 5G in this stage, we also had goals of 10 megabits everywhere on Earth. So how to involve? Well, we specify a lot of verticals in our work, but how to get those? And a lot of these verticals now in the future will be societal. There will be societal verticals, e-health. There will be societal customers, and we must involve them in an early stage. They're not here now. They should have been here. And how to involve them? Well, we must change our way. We must change our way of developing the technology, and in a much earlier stage, connect our technology with the verticals together with the societal end users in the end. Somehow.
Wants to continue from this?
Okay, I might start by disagreeing that we have also technical challenges. That, for example, if we think about inclusion via satellites, it would be extremely beneficial to have the capability to use your smartphone from your pocket to connect via satellite also, not only having the terrestrial infra covered in the area. So in that sense, there is also need to develop technology to reach that phase, but of course it's a lot about those making it clear that what are the societal benefits and business models and so on that might help including that kind of players into the debate.
In satellite case, I think it's a lot about affordability of the technology. And Aki was talking about developing really cheap base station or access point technology to make it available. Can you comment things on that, Aki?
Yeah. So I think, so in my opinion, so this is a good practice. Showing good practice can attract many other users, potential users, because until they see this good practice, for example, I show this Mount Fuji experiment. So you bring in this very inexpensive local 5G base station and connect it with a Starlink LEO. So then suddenly many people contacted me, how can we do that, right? So, I mean, showing the viable use cases, showing good practice. I have strategy here. So in Japanese saying, so the next door lawn is greener is, I don't know how to translate that in your country, but, people think that, next door lawn is much, much greener than yours, right? So if you show that, okay, next door, the lawn is green, so then many people would like to do the same thing, grow the same kind of, lawn, for example. So I think showing good practice, maybe best practice using NTN and the local 5G, I think it's a key to involve more users.
Yeah, I think building on some of the thoughts, so honestly, but everyone, I think one of the key opportunities we have is to reach out and educate. You mentioned government, right? So it seems that we have done reasonably well, but we could do even better in terms of educating government policymakers earlier in the process as to what the opportunities of technology are. And it ties into what you said for verticals, right? Involving them actively. I think in Europe, we don't start from square zero. When I look at especially European Commission, Horizon 2020, and Horizon Europe, these are excellent vehicles. And yet, when I look at the one symptom that really is extremely worrying, namely the symptom that there is increasingly a shortage of young folks who go for studies in electrical engineering. At least that's what it's like in Europe, in Germany in particular. I'm not sure what it's like in Japan. Yeah. That's a symptom of that we failed so far to make society aware of why digital networks of the future, 6G, are relevant to help us tackle relevant problems in dimension of sustainability, energy efficiency particular, but also health, big time. And that's where we jointly also need to reach out. And each one of us individually, companies, academia, SMEs, that is part of, I think, part of the answer, and part of the action plan we need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to add on, in rural areas, the disconnected, we are not talking about the operator rolling out a full network with advanced 5G base stations, etc. We are talking about a different setting, right? And then I think this combination here of making the technology leaner, a lot leaner, but because we have all the opportunities and using satellite, but also we have been working a lot with network on wheels. I mean, you mentioned that you need it only for 2 months, right? We have cases with defense and media and forestry. They need it only for a short while, but they need it a lot at that point of time. Sometimes they need it lean, sometimes they need it very advanced, actually. So, and then we need different business models for this, because this is not, you can calculate big rollout. You need so many consumers. You need to think very differently, and that's why, of course, we need to allow for call it private networks, or it's not perhaps not really private. It could be financed by governance, or it could be by others. But then you have to. But this still has to be interoperable with public networks.
But talking about this private and local networks deployment in the kind of scenarios you just mentioned, the regional differences are huge. Yeah. What governments have decided already on 5G. And Sudhir, do you have any view on this great difference in regional settings on private deployments, local deployments?
Yeah, so to answer to your question, I think number one thing is policy and regulations. I think the same regulations and policies that are at the national level are probably not applicable in rural communities. So they need to have 2 different sets of policies and regulations, because there are no issues of interference or power issues. So they should be 2 separate sets of regulations. One for rural areas, so that it becomes easier. to offer cheaper service on the regulatory side. The second one is we need to have this micro-entrepreneur, micro-operator ecosystem that needs to happen. Somebody from the local community becoming an operator, rather than expecting an urban big operator to serve the local community in a rural area because they don't get the return on investment by building the infrastructure. But this local guy may be happy with 5% ROI than 20% that some major operator would expect. So the local operator would know the community also. So the take rate will be higher, and this guy will be interested to promote the services also. That's the other thing. And the government can require that that interconnection can be motivated by the government, that a large operator, wherever the point of presence is, they have to provide the connectivity to the micro-entrepreneur. That's the second point. Third thing is, from a technology point of view, this new concept of network slicing is very, very interesting for rural communities. Because if a micro-entrepreneur builds the infrastructure, he can offer the same infrastructure to many different big operators to offer their networks. So there is a competition across them. So they will offer cheaper services. I know I'm taking a lot of time here. And the fourth thing that I wanted to mention is this, especially in the developing countries, this capacity building. People don't know how to use the internet. So how do you encourage them to be trained, to educate them? And for that, there has to be this some kind of a freemium model, that they don't pay anything for 3 months or 6 months or something. So they will go and try it out and see the value. And that content should be also available in local languages too, for it to be useful.
One thing which is related to making this available and happen, these micro businesses, Hannes, you mentioned about, I wrote it even down, system integrators, value propositions. So there is not big enough mass of companies who could sufficiently service the global needs in different regions, building the local connectivity capabilities. So what should be done to make it happening? Or is it only a matter of just waiting 5-10 years and it's out there?
Technology is supposed to be modular, right? But we have to really open it up so that it is possible actually to recombine different assets. And in that way, you will find your business case and find your customers who are willing to pay you for that as a system integrator. So I think that is crucial, and that's why I also talk about a dominant design, because I mean we are protecting our businesses as they are, all of us, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So in order to unleash this digitalization, we have to not only design technology, we actually have to implement the modular technologies, I think.
But then isn't it so that ITU, when defining requirements for 6G, could be a real dictator, requiring that to happen? Volker?
Yeah, thanks for the provocative statement or question. I think, first of all, there's value in standards.
Yeah.
There's value in standards. Secondly, there's values in a fair and reasonable, non-discriminatory patent regime. Okay, I think these are some of the foundational blocks. Now, the second part of what you're talking about, I agree with. The challenge or the opportunity is how do we provide the integrated solution in a cost-effective way and tailored to what may be a reduced capability set. Yep. That's the key question. The one thing, to be very clear, we don't need is government mandates on like, you need to do more system integration versus integrate. No, I don't think we need that. What we need is to be clear on the objective. And then let the players actively engage in coming up with the best possible solutions. Operators, vendors, partners, including system integrators. I think that's what I feel strongly about, and that's what we also need.
I would like to continue on that. Actually, in your slides, Volker, you had nicely categorized these metaverses to 3 categories: consumer, enterprise, industry. So digitalization to really, so that we have these digital twins in massive scale and metaverse there, it may take quite a bit of time. But there are different steps depending on the national challenges, requirements. In developing countries, they don't have anything. So we are talking about different needs globally, and we haven't yet been able to identify what shades of gray are in between. And that should be better probably defined, understood, so then we know what tools we have to try to solve these regional needs.
Yeah, this is a wonderful debate, and I really like this because I guess many of us have reached veteran status. When I go back in history, right, we've had a consistent, I should frame it as a debate on opportunity. How do we help emerging economy, developing economy to leapfrog forward? Okay, and you know this, and I just come, actually 2 weeks back I was in Sub-Saharan Africa, and I can tell you one of the myths is that, I heard you say they have nothing or some statement. I think you're right, of course, from an average GDP perspective, of course. There is poverty. At the same time, though, believe it or not, there is a vibrant startup scene. There is digital natives out of Africa. So I think part of our vision should be, Africa is a case, a leading case, and India, I guess you could build similar case. We may find actually new skill base to tap into, as well as vibrant ecosystem. Think of the VIC discussion we had, opening up for X apps. Why wouldn't we have some startup from Nairobi, Kenya, or Johannesburg in South Africa? I could imagine this. Absolutely, we should foster that. And by the way, one last point, since I just got back from Africa, I have to make this. You know what's really holding back people, consumers, is the high cost of phones, devices.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's another discussion we need to have. There's no easy answer. I mean, economy of scale is part of the answer. It'll eventually happen, but then probably part of the answer in this case also might be government, like reducing some of the license fees so that some of the price points for devices might be lower than they would. I mean, we need to be creative along these lines. Device cost is one of the key factors of holding people back in developing economies.
Can I say something to this? This leapfrogging is a very important and interesting point, because many of these countries didn't have the older legacy systems. So they don't need, there is no backlash from the existing players. So they can really go to the next technology much more easily. If their leaders are visionary and they are willing to invest, and they are going to get the right kind of support, and this has already happened in many countries, that they are not building the fixed infrastructure at all. There are no phone lines or anything. They stopped long time ago. So this is a very important point. And the other thing you mentioned, Jaap, was about getting the vertical industries involved. They have a big role to play because, if you look at the agriculture industry, the healthcare, the banking, if they can provide their services to the rural areas like healthcare and agriculture, who want to sell seeds and fertilizers, and if they can come on board, then they can subsidize the services as well. So they have a role to play rather than the customer paying. These enterprises can also play a role in keeping the cost low, operational cost low. So that there is an opportunity. So those are 2 very good points to consider.
Yeah, so that's important, and the thing is, they are not used to that. Yeah. For the first 5 generations, they don't have those new actors and stakeholders. They are not used to having that role, and many of them don't want that role. Yeah. If you ask them now, right? They are happy. They're perhaps in a situation where they expect 6G to be somehow magically handed over to them and to provide all the services that whatever that they may need. But they are needed. We need them now, and so we need to not only we need their engagement, we need their involvement in the process of standardizing, and also for capital. Right, you're saying we need the capital, the investing. We need to capture all those values that are in those rural regions, for those that are not captured in today's business models, right? In the old business models. So the real disruption that we need is not in the technology. I mean, there will be disruptions in technology as well, but the disruptions that we need and that we need to talk about are disruptions in the involvement of these stakeholders. That's what we need.
Could those be enforced through regulation or governments or whatever, if they are forced?
Yes, I think so. And not everywhere. We need new regulatory regimes. Again, we need disruptive regulatory regimes, and perhaps regulatory regimes that are specific for certain regions. We know that the current kind of regulations works perfectly for urban areas. Right? There's no need to change anything there. But there is a change. There's a need to, obviously. I mean, we haven't solved this in 5 generations, right? So there is a need for that.
So the challenge with the regulations is that you can write these regulations and policies on paper. But if people are not familiar or they don't have the ability to consume and do something about it, it doesn't do very good. So the government, and they're very good, they're very bad in engaging as well. They will make it policy. They have these secured jobs. So they really are not very passionate about it. People who do the work, who needs to go out. So there need to be some kind of a training programs that will go to the village or rural areas and train them that this is what you can do under this regulation. And as far as the investment that is required, you'll be surprised. Even rural areas, you'll always find 1 or 2 farmers, they are quite well-to-do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they have the money, but they don't know what to do with it.
Absolutely.
This is the problem.
Next, Hannes, and then Volker.
Yeah. So no one like regulations. We don't like. You're right. But we are in a systemic. We work with systemic technologies, and we're in a systemic market, and a market where there is a winner takes all logic. So there will be dominant actors. So we are regulated to have competitors in order to have decent prices for the customers, right? So, but so then talking about this rural connectivity, when you know that you will have competitors, it's much more risky to invest. So there is something here that perhaps we need to discuss and understand, and you will also try to avoid that others actually establish themselves there. You don't want to have smaller micro operators to do things because they're so then to regulate these areas differently in the short term and long term might be and you have to accept then monopolies perhaps
on vendors. In Bangladesh, I mean, because I was involved in that project as an investor at the time, it's a cool case because remember, it was women entrepreneur, remote areas of Bangladesh, no coverage. These women entrepreneurs would have like a mobile phone to cover the village, and it was viable, financially viable. And now this is a case from the 90s. Maybe we are more advanced now. We have better options of sharing. By the way, the whole sharing debate should kick in here as well. Neutral host, we haven't mentioned neutral host yet. New business models, again, private sector driven. So I think we need to do, right? It's too easy to say like government need to fix all this. No, we out of the private sector we can do many things. It's teaming up and being creative and going for this and jointly with the locals. I mean, absolutely, local entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Can I jump in? Okay.
Marco first.
You go. Yeah.
Marco first.
Okay, so related to what we were talking about, remote areas and verticals, the digital divide is not only about providing connection to people, but it is also digital divide for, let's say, machine-type connectivity or IoT services. So there are a lot of businesses related to smart agriculture or logistics or mining or whatever that can be also that can create and boost business and opportunities and help also providing them the connectivity with the same infra for the people. So that's so not only thinking about the digital divide for people, but also for machines and sensors and that kind of things that are booming up. And
so one aspect that we didn't consider, not perhaps being very familiar with the developing countries, the social structure. There is a lot of social resistance at the village level, because typically there is a head in the village, and if you provide internet connectivity to the people, this person thinks that he is losing power. You know, so people are very fearful also in connecting directly on the internet. So they're very fearful. So unless the village head or these powerful people in the village, they become the part of the ecosystem, stakeholders, that they see they are benefiting, there will be resistance. So this social aspect is very important, you know, that we cannot ignore, even if you make things very cheap.
Regional differences are huge. Hannes Sinne.
Just commenting on that, because we had a workshop yesterday on KPIs, societal values, and societal validation. And I think it's exactly what you're saying was one of the learnings from that workshop, that in order to do innovations, we have to understand the users, the customers on a very local level, to understand their pains, their problems, challenges, but also what hinders actually the uptake of an innovation in that specific area, which is societal validation. That's what we're going to do also with 6G.
Aki, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I think there are two strategies that a regulator can play. The first one is like a local 5G, so you can give out a license to the local governors, for example, so they know exactly what's the requirements for, local region, so then they can apply for 4G, 3G, 4G, or 5G. You know, unfortunately in Japan we don't have 3G because 3G is now stopping, but 4G you can do that, and 5G we have a local 5G. And we can increase the frequency band for local, because we know, if you go higher in the frequency, so then it's very hard for telcos to cover the area, so it's very costly. So you have to think about this problem. And a second strategic point is that so regulator may have like at the end of the day, telcos need to pay for frequency license fee. And then that's a major factor for, telcos deploying the base stations. So this means that when Japan, so the millimeter wave is not yet deployed, very widely. So what they did, what we are discussing in ministry is that maybe we can do a conditional auctioning. Like, we put a condition, like, certain area, you should have this millimeter wave. We could play the same trick here. So, for example, in the local, government, if there is a certain need, so then the regulator can do something like a conditional auctioning.
Okay, I suggest that we take questions from audience at this stage. We still have some time for it. So, anybody wanting to make a comment, statement? A really tough question would be even better.
It's dropped. Joseph Noll, University of Oslo and the Basic Internet Foundation. I'm pleased to pull your legs, Volker, because I'm sure you have been in one of what I would call development holiday cities like Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, Addis Ababa. You haven't been in Embash, Selela, Iringa, or any of the small villages where we connect schools. And take that first.
Can I comment on this right away?
Sure, directly.
Thank you, Joseph, for this. Now, you don't know me well, but I can openly share this. I have a previous life with the World Bank. I had the pleasure to spend weeks on end in a small village called Damanhur in the Nile Valley. Actually, I had diarrhea on day 3. No water, no running electricity. And that was actually a cool. I need to share this because it's relevant for our discussion. This was a program initiated by the president of the World Bank, Jim Wolfensohn at the time, who said, I want top management of the bank to be exposed with end customer, the poorest of the poor. Right? And so if you're not pulling anybody's leg, I think this is a very relevant and valid comment. Just in my case, I've had the pleasure or privilege to have had that experience. And I agree with you 100%. It's different from what you see in the holiday villages.
Thanks, wonderful. Because the vibrant innovation stories which you talk about, I've also seen them but I haven't seen them in the rural villages because there is no connectivity. There's no empowerment. There is no digital ecosystem at all. But the 2 points I want to bring across, and that is the number one is the societal responsibility. My statement, my provocative statement is, in 2G, we connected the countries. In 4G, we provided everyone with access everywhere to broadband services. We failed completely with the value of the global challenges. We are just addressing very, very small parts of it. That's the number one. The number two I want to bring across is, I really believe that our business model has failed because we haven't connected the people. We haven't shown them the value. So what is the hinder for adopting the premium, the freemium model, which works well on apps, which works on the road, which pedestrians and cyclists can use in the road? What hinders us to use the freemium model for access, text and pictures in the mobile network? Those were the two questions.
Who wants to comment on this?
I want to comment on the freemium model. If I look at the story of internet adoption in India, it's very fascinating. I can't remember, maybe about 7, 8 or 10 years ago, Jio launched their network and they offered access to internet on their mobile network for free. And people, older people, young people who had never used internet, because of the availability of WhatsApp, they all started communicating, linking with each other, calling each other, and everybody learned what is the value. I'm not saying it is good value or bad value, but at least they could use the mobile internet. And then this guy, this Jio, they started charging for it. So now everybody came up to speed. Now everybody is paying for digital mobile broadband. So this freemium model does work, and or it could be that I don't want to go into the possibilities of models you could have, but this is how to accelerate the take rate by offering something for free. I mean, this happens typically, right? If you go to a restaurant, you go anywhere, they give you samples, right? Why do they do that? Because you'll come again and buy it again. I go back to 90s. I mean, I used to work for a telecom operator, and those of us who are old enough, there used to be, you used to rent these cassettes, right? VHS tapes for watching movies, right? From these places. And when telecom players like Verizon and 9X and Bell Atlantic, they want to go into the movie delivery business, they were thinking in terms of charging for number of bits consumed by time. They'll if you consume so many, because that's how the internet was being provided at that time. So if you have a 3-hour movie or 2-hour movie or 1.5-hour movie and you deliver a number of bytes and you charge the customer on that basis, nobody will use it. So that's why people are still buying those tapes.
So I have to stop you. Movies. Keep your comments short.
Yeah, you remember that?
Shorter. I would like to comment right away back to Joseph that I disagree. I think if you think about how much mobile technologies have changed societies during the past 30, 35 years, it is really truly amazing. Now the social scientists are talking about even problems it has generated to younger generation. They are depending on it. So I think we are... Yeah, I don't even own, by the way, 5G phone. I'm not yet there. So anyways, it has done a great job, and we have to ask ourselves, what should we do better to give a chance to those remaining who are not part of this greatness that is around us? How can we make them part of that, and how it can become profitable business for those who are making business?
Yeah, just for clarity, with 5G. Building on what you just also said, Matti, I think it's important, and probably most of the audience is aware, we are all aware, 5G take-up is faster than 4G. 5G take-up faster than 4G. At the same time, there's a sense of And I share that sense, like this should happen even faster, right? But we haven't even seen the true potential yet, but we are working on this. Standalone is just now, you know, I think all the lead operators are now clearly committed. We'll make it happen. So Joseph, stay tuned. We'll make some great things happen, but at the same time with you, how can we unlock some of that value for developing economies? That part I agree with, okay? But let's not go to the other extreme and say 5G is a failure. I don't share that at all. No, the evidence is actually different. And part of the discussion now and going forward, by the way, I like that freemium kind of discussion, but let's find ways to lock it into a value discussion. That's, by the way, what you did. You said by means of free, it was a way of attracting people, luring, making them aware of the value. I think that's also key to success, also for developing countries. To the maximum extent possible, it needs to be sustainable. Yes.
Jaap wants to make a
statement. Yeah, so I'm convinced that societies everywhere eventually will have to draw a line on the map. On one, concretely, beyond which commodities like what we want connection to become cannot be solved with the models we have used so far. And on the other, I mean, on the urban side of the line, everything works nice and has been working nice so far. But beyond that line, it has not. And we probably are inevitably we will have to concretely draw that line and make regulatory regimes for those specific and business models, by all means, societal business models where the society, you know, perhaps provides the capital or whatever to make that happen.
There were other questions. Let's take a new one. Who was the first one? Eric, and then gentleman over there, and then Louis, is it? Okay.
Yeah, so Eric's from Chalmers University. So I was involved in research on vehicular communications for traffic safety for 10, 15 years. I stopped doing it because there is no deployment. So there is a clear societal value that this industry has failed to deliver on. So if I was a politician, I would say, you will get 0 spectrum until you get your act together and provide these services for society. Service A, Service B, Service C. And then you can discuss on how to do that in an innovative way, you know, how to figure out to do this in a good way. But right now, there is no movement in this industry to provide true societal value as it stands right now. So this is provocative, but that's how I feel.
So social values have been neglected. Who wants to make the first comment on that? Hannes Tine.
Oh. Let me. Do you want governments to decide what is innovation and what is a area for innovation and market development? I don't think so. I mean, that's part of what we're doing. We are leaving that to private entrepreneurs to understand that. But of course, we have to work together with the users who are having the challenges in order to identify those areas. But eventually, if you have a market where you use private actors to invest, one of the incentives that we have is that there is a market eventually, and of course it can be a freemium model for the consumer side, but others will have to pay for the investments that operators or other actually have, even micro operators or others. Yeah.
Yeah, but we all pay tax for the things that we want in society. So this is nothing strange, really. It's just that, you know, just put another playing field here. Right now, the playing field is not targeting anything else than people living in the urban areas, doing TikTok. I want to get rid of that. Or no, I want that to still be there. But we also need a communication for traffic safety. Right? We need, public services for military, police, and whatnot, right? And we need to connect people that are now not connected. We need that. And if the industry can't fix that, who's going to fix it? Those who own the spectrum.
Is it the politician's role? So, can I
it has to be like that.
Sudhir.
Quick 2 points. One is, I agree with you. Do we want the government to restrict the innovation? I don't think so. You want to let the people and the innovation flourish. Let the market decide, number one. So it is not in the best interest of the society. The second thing is we live in a competitive world. So one country can put those restrictions, the others will go ahead, So there is a competition between the nations as well. So it's very difficult and not possible to put those restrictions. And I want to go back to the earlier discussion. Maybe I'm forgetting now. I'll come back.
Let's go to the next question. Eric, I agree with you. And if these things are not happening in Sweden, which is famous for improving traffic safety in car industry, and if these things are not happening here, I don't know where it could happen. Yeah. Okay, please.
Okay, thanks a lot for this great discussion today. From the discussion, actually, we can see that this coverage problem and this digital divide is not only in Africa, but it's also in the north of Sweden, as we have seen from the use case. We have seen also on the slides that 3 billion of people are not yet connected, actually. But it's not clear if remaining 5 billion are really connected all the time, because sometimes you just cross the street and you will be also unconnected. And it's great that in this regard, in 3GPP today, we are integrating satellite and non-terrestrial network as part of 3GPP ecosystem. But as you know, in 5G today, this end-to-end was integrated by adapting existing technology, which has been designed, for terrestrial network. So my question for all panelists and mainly for Volker and for Nokia's infra vendor, what would be the next step in 6G? Are we going to continue to only adapt and design 6G for terrestrial network, and adapt to satellite based access, or from day one and natively, basically, we need to integrate, the satellite by designing, technology that will be suitable also for satellite links, to adapt, to take into account Doppler, round-trip delay, and so on. One example is the waveform, for example, should be adapted, and designed to take into account this satellite access. Thank you.
Yeah, this indeed is a great question. Thank you for this. It's the question about evolutionary versus revolutionary. Why don't we start from clean slate so as to optimize, especially for satellite usage? I guess from a research angle, it's pretty cool because we explore all the options. Okay, and I can openly tell you, why is it fun to work at Nokia Bell Labs? Because we ask cool questions, including the ones as you just asked, clean slate. Now, the more you then move forward on that trajectory towards standards and product, the more you also look at, okay, where's their business case and where's an ecosystem that we, it's what it is. And now, again, there's no easy answer. The easy answer is not, let's government do this. If there's one reason why the wall came down and why Soviet Union failed, it's because of lack of flexible capital allocation. It's because of Kremlin decides where the money goes. That's not what we want. And nobody said that, by the way, just to be crystal clear. So that also means sometimes there's pain in terms of how to manage that process. But I guess part of the answer is players like us at Nokia. We come up with cool ideas. We drive technology options. And by the way, when you look at standards, now this is also an interesting debate, 3GPP. We get a lot of criticism. Why? Because we come up with too many options, right? But honestly, it's double-edged sword. I think we need some of these options. I love the way you phrase it. Let's go clean slate and let's not adjust hard protocol. Let's rather. But on the other hand, there's value in what we've got. It's the evolutionary angle, and I guess you can comment more as considerations like investment protection. We have existing networks, so it's up to us to find the optimum way forward. But to finish up, radical options, revolutionary options, we also need to look at, absolutely.
Margo wants to comment as well.
Yeah, so I truly believe that this will happen, and it is now going on in the standardization in 3GPP, and those options are there release by release, so that there will be those capabilities to compensate the Doppler effects and timing advance for the mobility and so on. So I believe that there will be that kind of terminals. And for example, to mentioning one use case, so I have been working now quite a bit with public safety personnel, and they would really like to have satellite connectivity while they are in their operations, but they are not willing to carry any additional equipment. So they say that it is going to be game changer, and they will adopt it immediately if they can have the connectivity in their handheld device.
Okay, let's take the last public audience question from Luis.
Yes. I don't know if M-Pesa rings the bell to anyone. So M-Pesa, you may remember, was launched decades ago. It was a way to have people in Africa, I think it started in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken, via a very old 2G mobile phone to have access to a bank account, to transfer money and to be capable of receiving money and all these kind of things. And it's enabled two things. One, to enlarge enormously the number of people with a mobile phone, and the other, to provide this basic thing of having people in Africa, in many countries in Africa, with the capability to transfer money. It completely revolutionized a lot of things in the economy. So probably what we need to do for 5G and all these kind of things, it's in parallel to robot automation and all these kind of nice applications that we see for 5G, for low latency, you know, all this kind of stuff that we all know of. Probably we need also to think about, let's call it low-level in commerce applications, like enable 5G to provide services like education, health, that can go in the same direction. On the one hand, enlarge the market in Africa. On the other hand, provide new services to these people. So this is about the digital divide. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Luis. And inspired by Luis's question, I'm asking the last one from our panelists. If you have to choose two alternatives which should be prioritized more, 6G metaverse or coverage, which you would choose? Who starts? Let's go from here to there.
Coverage all days of the week.
Coverage.
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 There is no metaverse without coverage, but metaverse is where the opportunity is.
Metaverse as a human being, coverage. This ends our panel. Let's give our big hand to panelists.
let's wait a few minutes, but still, so let's try to have a short briefing. So just...
Do we need to be in order? Or no?
I think just because of the mic, so you're
so
here.
then, so I'm here,
then
and then
it's
Oma, Patrick, and Lina. I'm number 4. Yeah.
And then I'm here. Okay, I will start by presenting just the idea of the panel, then I will... Sorry. I was saying, I will start giving a short presentation, just presenting the panel. Yeah. Then I will give the floor to each one of you just to present yourselves, what you do, and any initial statements you like to do about the topic of careers and jobs and these kind of things. And then we start with the discussions and the questions that have been even coming from last year. And hopefully we'll have some more people in the audience who can please do the questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the microphone doesn't match.
Never mind. That is the first. Exactly. That is the first trick question. Who's who?
Okay, actually you don't have too many. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. It's not pleasant to have the panel, which is not a plenary one, in such a large room. So can I ask those that are here that you just sit in the front rows so that at least we can try to have some interaction, please? Because then it feels a little bit awkward to have
some presence here.
So if you can come forward and sit in the front rows, that will make it really easy for us to have some interaction and discussion, because that's, in fact, one of the goals of this panel.
Otherwise, you will not go to Lycksele just by, like, you know, no.
Okay. 5 minutes past, so I think we can start.
Perfect.
Okay, so let us start. So thank you for coming. Sorry for the room being so large, but okay, that, you know, that's one of the constraints you have on the number of rooms and everything else. So this panel is about careers in practicing and research engineering. So the idea is to give students the possibility, and those that are no longer students but still are considering to become again students, to give the possibility to hear about careers and take all doubts, no, I'm joking now, about, but serious, discussion what a career is and what are the different directions you have in a career, engineering, research, marketing, whatever, big companies, small companies, you know, all these kind of things. So that was a little bit the idea for this panel, and I have to thank the speakers in the panel for having agreed to be here. We have a diversity of speakers from the origin, let's put it this way, as you'll see in a minute. And the idea was precisely to have these. So, it's supposed to work, right?
Question from the audience.
Question, sure.
No?
Or was it just echo? Just maybe go back.
It's not working? Okay, now it's working. Okay, so just, I'm not doing a presentation, I'm presenting the panel, which is something completely different. So, basic, yes? The sessions are being recorded. Yes, this is being webcasted. Actually, that ended up being one of the reasons for doing this in this room. And then recordings will be put at the website afterwards. Thank you. So, as I was saying, I'm Luís Correia from IST, the University of Lisbon. So, I'll be the moderator of this panel. And with us, we have, as you can see, not the order of the photos is not the order of people sitting, but it really doesn't matter. So I will start with the order that you see in the presentation. So we have Anki Leung. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly.
Yeah, you did well.
Thank you. So she's from Ericsson, from Sweden. Then we have Lenda Wasinska, and she's a colleague here from the University of Chalmers. Then we have Jane Jeffries from Huawei. Then Patrick Urban is currently a colleague from Poland, but he has a past in companies and so on, entrepreneurship, small, medium enterprises, so he's bringing this perspective as well. And as usually said, last but not least, Omer Bulac, I'm not sure again.
Bulac,
okay, sorry, thanks. From Nokia, and again, the idea is to have, as I said, different. So what is the idea here? So the idea is, again, having a career in area of telecommunications has always been interesting and challenging one. Every 10 years, we change the world, right? Something like that. So for those working either in research or in technology or in marketing, it really doesn't matter. Every 10 years, you need to sell something new. So this really has been, in the last years, a challenge, or many years ago. These days, in some countries, the number of students that are attracted to study telecommunications is not as large as it used to be. And even those that study telecommunications sometimes end up doing something else. So this is something also that it probably, this image that large companies have and what has to be done in telecommunications, all these things are new in commerce, of course. So the idea is that we discuss a few things. What is a career in communications? And of course, there are many careers depending on where you end up working. What are the general conditions that are available? Of course, we are not going to discuss the pensions and all these kind of things you can imagine, but rather the differences between the different categories. The benefits offered, meaning not, again, salaries or whatever, but at a larger view, what are the things, the differences between academia and the industry, for example. And of course, the problems that are currently being addressed, not from the technological viewpoint, but from the human resources one, right? This is not a panel about technology. The questions that have been prepared, and actually they came from last year's panel as well. What are the differences between a career in research or in practicing engineering? What are the differences between a career in industry or in academia? What are the differences between a career in large industries or in a startup? Is there a strong mobility of jobs between different companies? Should you switch job every 6 months or never switch a job, so whatever? And of course, how important is the first job to define a career? So these are just a few questions for starting the discussion, and I will go back to these, and then I will ask the colleagues of the panel just to present themselves, and then we start the discussion. So Jane, please.
Perfect, thank you. So hi, I'm Jane Jeffries. I work with Huawei Technologies at our Munich Research Center. I come from a HR background, so I have about 8 years experience across recruitment and HR business partner roles. And yeah, I hope today to perhaps give you some guidance, advice on what exactly that a career in communications, telecommunications can look like. Perfect.
Robert?
So hi all, thanks for this opportunity. Myself asked these questions to myself during my career, right? After, during the Bachelor of Science, you try to find an internship position. Then after you finish Bachelor of Science, you ask yourself, shall I do master's or not? And then it comes to the PhD. You always have these questions all the time, yeah? The same questions. Shall I go for the university? Shall I stay in a company? Can I do the research in the company, etc.? So that's why I think it's quite interesting from my own experience. I'd like to shed some light on these questions, how I decided, and I hope it will be helpful for the students. Personally, I work with Nokia Munich, and I am the program manager for 6G. And yeah, and collaborating with colleagues and students in the past, so I hope I can share some experience with the colleagues here.
Thank you. Patrick?
Hi, my name is Patrick Urban. I come from Poland. I am now an associate professor at the West Pomeranian University of Technology there in my home country. And I have experience of over nearly 20 years in fiber optic communications, working on a physical layer. On either side, the industry, 10 years with Ericsson, and academia. I moved to a couple of different countries, the Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, now back to home country. And I hope that the experience I could share with you, advices could somehow help you to do the right choices or shed some light on the possible career paths. Thank you.
Thank you. Anke?
Yeah, Anke Jung, representing Ericsson here today, and also very thankful for the opportunity to come here to discuss career and career decisions and how you actually sort of go about taking them. And I have a kind of maybe not so straightforward career path. Started out in sales and marketing and ending up in HR, which I really, really like. I've been in Ericsson since 2016, working with talent acquisition and working with talent acquisition from, well, spanning recruitment, employer branding, and so forth. So really enjoy being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Lena, please.
Lena Wosińska. I have the master degree in electrical engineering from Warsaw University of Technology. Shortly after my degree, I escaped, by the way, to Sweden. And then I tried to get the certificate, Swedish certificate. And when I got this, I tried to find a job. And the first place I was employed was KTH, Royal Institute of Technology. And in fact, I spent at KTH 32 years, so I don't have much.
You ended up being trapped there. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Which means that I really enjoyed working in academia. Then, after the 32 years at KTH, during this 32 years, I established a research group, pretty successful in optical networking. And in 2018, I moved together with my research group to Chalmers Institute of Technology, University of Technology. So my career will be, my story will be related only to academia, but since we have a lot of collaboration with industry, so maybe I can also bring some insight to this.
Yes, that's the idea, is that, as I said, we have different views. So I think the first question is really what is the difference, since usually we have PhD students and not master students attending these conferences. What is the difference between a career in academia or in research, not academia, in research and industry? Because research, you can do research in universities, you can do research in industries as well. So maybe Jen, you want to start on this one?
Yeah, so I guess I'm with Huawei and it's very focused around research, but in terms of differences, I guess it's going to be in the type of work that you do. So if an individual is, within the research environment, you probably need to be happy with ambiguity, exploring new ideas, whereas perhaps in a more industry-focused role, your tasks, your objectives, your goals are going to be much more regimented and you're going to, have clearly defined tasks that you need to work towards. I think that probably from a fundamental perspective and in terms of, what you want to do as an individual and what type of individual you are and what you like doing, that's probably one of the questions maybe you want to reflect on if you're looking at either side. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, there is a fundamental difference maybe in terms of the timeline, how you approach the problems, right? So if you go to, to some extent, the borders between doing research in the industry and academia may be also blurring in the sense that even you are working doing research at the university, you may have some projects and certain timeline restrictions and so on, right? But in a wider sense, you would think that at the university you would have a higher degree of freedom in terms of the assumptions you can make. They can be more like theoretical type of work, and then the problems may not be so realistic at the beginning. Let's put it that way, and then you may have higher degree of freedom working on the problems you want to solve, and then how you start, and so on. And when you do research at the industry, let's say in a general manner, you would have this strict certain deadlines because you are working toward a product. You would like to realize your research into a certain product, and you may be also doing research for standardization. Yeah, there are different approaches basically, and with that, you would have certain constraints how you should deliver your research outcome. And this is, on one hand, it may be like a bit constricted. It's can be considered some constraints, but then it's rewarding in the sense that you see the outcome of your research right away. So it can be, like accepted by the standardization, it can be part of the product and so on. So there is this difference, I would say. But of course, there are certain platforms in the industry where you can even do disruptive research. If you think about Nokia Bell Labs, there are like 9 Nobel Prizes available already given to Nokia Bell Labs researchers. So you can have also opportunity in certain platforms to disrupt, right? That's why I would also recommend you go to Danny Korpi. He's one researcher there. He's trying to disrupt how we develop the air interface and with the native AI. So you can ask my colleague in the Nokia booth and how he approaches the research, and I think that will be interesting to discuss with him on this. Yeah.
Patrick, from your background, as doing many things, not offending you, of course.
Yeah, thank you. If I compare engineering and research work, I think stress is something what we need to take into account, the level of stress or the kind of type of stress that you get. If you are in an engineering area, you very often need to act sort of on demand to satisfy the customer as well. It's short-term actions. And when you're working in research, somebody said earlier here, it's long-term planning. You need to apply for a grant, for instance, right? That takes time and sometimes brings frustration if you do not succeed. It's a different level of stress. So this is my aspect I highlight here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have pointed out a lot of the key elements, right? But also I think if we look at the broad perspective that you could participate in research and close to product or more long-term development as such and research, I think the methodology and how you go about it, I guess, is one of the key differences between academia and working in the industry, and how you also have hopefully a wider network, more instant network and collaboration within a company, and sort of more applying methods and systematically thinking about selecting tools, etc., for the research part.
Leonard, doing research in academia and in industry is different, right?
Yeah, basically, I can say that the way of working in academia has changed over the 32 years I worked at KTH and now at Chalmers. So basically, I can say that in the past, in academia, we did mostly basic research, and we were funded by government, while currently our research is very much dependent on the funding from industry. So here is this collaboration with industry very important. And it means that also we are involved and collaborate with research divisions at companies. I think that the main difference can be that we are in academia, we are judged based on our publications, while in the industry probably it's a different goal. So as a PhD student, for instance, it's important that to reach the level, the degree, it's important to publish a certain number of papers and so on. In academia, in addition to the research, we also have teaching, so it's another part of our jobs. And well, some people are saying that in academia it's more deadlines related. I mean, it's very stressful because you have deadline for papers, deadline for conferences, deadline for. But I think it is similar in industry. You have also deadlines for producing or delivering some things. So here I would not say that it's very much difference in this sense. Mm.
The other big question, and I will start putting questions to the audience, but first, the second round, let's put it this way. Big companies versus small companies or startups, whatever. Jane.
Yeah, so I think we had a bit of a chat about this beforehand, and probably Patrick can give us a good insight. But definitely, I mean, I brought up the topic that in a large company, you're definitely going to have much more structure generally, that you have a structured generally career development plan, you're going to have structured salary reviews, these types of elements. And maybe in a startup, it's less structured, but perhaps you might be more successful. Maybe there's a reorg and you become the head of a particular department. So yeah, I guess again, in terms of like reflecting on what you might like to do, what do you as an individual like? Do you like that structure? Do you like to have maybe a potential career path outlined in front of you? Or again, are you maybe happy with that ambiguity and maybe happy with kind of, I guess, you have to maybe, I guess, grind away a little bit within a startup and, it's not so clear in terms of what are the next steps within your career. Yeah, that would be my opinion. Yep.
Yeah, well, as also Jen said, right? So in the big organization, big companies, you have certain organizational structure. So the machinery is running, right? So then when you first start at that company, you will get, the ramp up very fast, and you will become part of the machinery. And then, especially nowadays, like we are working globally, right? So you have colleagues from the US or, like from different parts of the globe. So you have access to expertise in the big organization. So, and then there is also the access to information, knowledge, and that's why I think there is the advantage that you can build up knowledge very fast. You can, learn a lot from different experts. You can work with different experts, and so on, so that you can have this knowledge, like this expertise build up faster. In case of startup, I would assume that then you will work in a more dynamic environment. So you should be more risk aware. Your tolerance to the risk should be higher. Maybe even maybe you should be a bit higher, younger, let's say. And then you would learn by doing, in that sense, right? So that is some kind of like fundamental, I would say, the difference between working in a big organization or going for a smaller and more dynamic environment.
Patrick, are they right or wrong?
I think in a big company, I think it basically refers to what you guys said. It's easier to stay focused on what you're supposed to do. Again, if you are a researcher in a big company, you have all the facilities around, you have the knowledge base, you have IT support, whatever, right? And then you can really stay on the main track, to not divert into different branches, different things around. And that's definitely not the case in a startup environment. If you are a startupper, and worse, if you are the guy who came up, or a girl who came up with an idea and you are starting up a company, then at first you do deep research, right? Then you need to collect a team. Then you need to organize some fundamentals of the startup, look for financing, do accounting, do sales and marketing, as you need to sustain the company, and then perhaps pivot back to research to correct the guys that you just hired that didn't grasp the idea at first. And so the circle goes on. So you are diverted into so many different things before you have the C-level board to run the company. That's one thing. Another thing which I think is the downside or the flow of a large company is the decision process. Very often, if you want to take a decision, depending, of course, on the area, if it's strategically very important, you will take a very quick decision. But very often, you need to go through many management layers. And to get to the point to somebody who's responsible for taking a decision, that can take time. That's not the case in a startup environment. For the first couple of years, you most likely sit in one room, which is the lab at the same time. And then you can take decisions almost right away. So that's my penny to that.
But Anki, even in large companies, they don't work all the same way, right? I mean, they are structured, of course, all these things, but the model is not the same. We hear about Google being the first one, whatever, people could work whenever they want, play billiards in the middle of the day, all these kind of things. So, I mean, big companies, they don't have the same fixed model, right?
I think the opportunity that we provide is actually that we cater for both having startups within the big organization, which I think is really awesome about Ericsson, that we actually have these bubbles, that you're allowed to try out your different ideas. But also to your point, tagging on to the same that you already mentioned, obviously funding is a big part of it, right? Because money kind of talks and directs you into direction that maybe you didn't really consider from the very beginning. But also the possibility to connect with people that is experts within the fields. It's something that you probably will have to a larger extent in a larger organization. And also if you're within a startup, you could be sort of more or less needing to explore full on that idea that you had. So you will not maybe have the bandwidth to actually enable new ideas coming in, to be that innovation engine that you really would like to see happening in that startup. On the other hand, as you mentioned earlier on, it's also depends on how you work as an individual and where you thrive, because you would like to see that your innovation really kicks in what environment does I really, have my greatest moments. And I think that is super important to actually think about, where would I be my best? There are pros and cons with everything. As I mentioned, we try to do actually the broad perspective, and we have the capability to do that, being a large organization. But I think it depends. You need to think through, make the list, pros and cons.
Yeah. Lena, do you get from your students a lot of questions? Which job to choose? Let's put it this way.
Well, I just can say, based on what my previous PhD students told me, most of my previous PhD students, they work for Ericsson, by the way.
Nice. We all wonder why.
Yes, I train people for Ericsson, but they are normally very happy, and they also go up in hierarchy after a while. But I think also, in academia, there is a completely different, let's say, way now. It's evolved over the years, and recently, or for a few years, it is very competitive. So instead of collaborating in academia, you compete with other colleagues, and I think it's completely sick. I don't like this way. So I think it doesn't happen in companies. You have a team and you work in the team, right? And here you build a group, and each one in the group would show that he or she is better than the other one. It's not, well, maybe not in all groups, but it is such a trend I have heard.
I would say, unfortunately, we are definitely moving in that direction. I think this is time that we open the floor to the audience. I must warn you that the doors will be open only after we have at least 10 questions from the audience. So if you want to go for dinner, you might as well start right now. So who wants to put the first question to the panel, please? Come forward.
So, hello. Thank you for your insights right now. My first question is more on a personal issue I'm dealing right now as I'm finishing my master's degree, and I am wondering whether should I go for my PhD or should I actually go head first into an industry position. So the question is, if a PhD degree is necessary for having a interesting permanent position in the industry as a researcher and research and development position, or is it like a master's degree perhaps sufficient if I want to get some degree of autonomy in research in the industry? That's my question.
Okay, who wants to pick? Patrick?
So I think, to answer your question just right away, I think PhD would be valued very much, but I don't think this is the this is the ultimate sort of question you should ask yourself. I think the main question you need to ask yourself is, what triggers you? What excites you? What inspires you? What makes you feel the goose skin when you think of it? And if this is something related to a potential PhD, give it a chance. But if not, you would be forcing yourself to do a PhD otherwise.
Shall I take? Because I asked myself exactly the same question. So right, after masters, you know, like, I mean, okay, after Bachelor of Science, I moved to Germany and doing masters, and it was like, okay, also doing experience abroad and so on. And that's okay, shall I continue with PhD or not? I mean, my methodology was like that. So I said, I mean, I did the masters also at Nokia Siemens Networks back then. I was in the industry working as a student, and then collaboration with the Technical University of Munich and Nokia Siemens Networks back then. I said, if I can write a paper out of my thesis, and it goes to a conference, and you know, I like the whole procedure. You know, I write a paper, you know, it's accepted in a good conference. I couldn't have the chance to present it, but I mean, that was, I said, okay, if I like this process, which will be daily work in PhD time, then I think I should go for it, right? And then that was a good experiment for me. So I wrote papers. It was they were accepted by like good conferences back then. I thought, okay, this is like a nice thing, you know, like even my supervisor gave me the opportunity to write the paper on myself. I thought, oh, okay, I would just contribute partly. But no, as I said, it's your work, so you should be the first author. You write the paper, you know, you go through the process and so on. That was, I think, a good experience. Of course, you get also some side benefits, right? And you can, in Germany, you get a title just on your ID, you know, like, so it's, you know, it's here like, it's a cool thing, you know.
One can call you doctor in the corridor. Right?
Yeah, they call it, you know, you go to, you know, like appointment, a medical doctor, then they, okay, say, okay, they'll tell you with your title, you know, there are some side benefits, but okay, you can apply this first methodology. If you really like the process, you know, development, and like if you have the chance to go to a conference, try it like this when you are here, right? Yeah. If you like it, and you people presenting their work, you get questions. If you really excites you, as Patrick said, then you say, okay, I should proceed with that one. It is very much appreciated also in industry, and especially in companies like you will. I was amazed when I saw doctor engineers at Nokia Siemens Networks back then. Then you will see it in Huawei, you will see it in Ericsson, in many companies, right? So, right.
Yeah. I could just add that obviously in Ericsson there is a lot of PhD people. However, we also have some very talented and brilliant with masters. So I think it also connecting to what you're saying, that if you are a bit unsure, there is also this possibility to, you know, go there in the next level, try out and see. Again, really see where you're thriving. And I think don't let that hinder you to say that, okay, I will not make this career path if I'm not. Try it, explore it. Obviously, your first job is important, right? But it's not defining your whole career. Thank God. There is possibilities to, like, you know, move around. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any other question from the audience? Yes, please. Just pick the microphone.
Hello, hello. You hear me? Yes. So thank you for sharing these nice things with us. But maybe I would like to ask, let's assume that I have a good idea. I'm looking to move from an employee life to a private business life. What be the best approach? Like, how can I make this transaction smoothly with less risk? This is what I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I can try to handle that one. I'm talking now about my experience. I think I've been at that point in my life, and I first ask myself a question: what is important for me right now? Because opportunities are, they will appear, some will disappear in course of time. And at that point of time, what was important for me was my family. I got my little kids, and they were just born, and I thought, this is where I want to invest time now. I don't want to go to a private kind of or startup thing, because I know I will get fascinated with that. Are we gone from home? And that's not what I wanted. And instead of doing that, I actually took 1 year off here in Sweden to take care of my kids. So you need to ask yourself a question, what is right now important for you? Again, I'm living up a question in the air, sorry.
Anyone else?
Just echo. I think that was a very wise decision, or advice rather than decision. But yeah, I would absolutely echo that.
Listen to your heart.
Oh.
This is this advice from Patrick.
Okay, let me say something more. How can a startup business is less risky, or how can you do that in a wisdom way?
Again, may I? I'm taking the complete floor, sorry. I think you need to surround yourself with clever people, smart people, experienced people. People who have perhaps gone through that or are skilled in the area that you want to address with your company. So then you learn from mistakes also from that the others did. You do not reinvent the wheel, sort of, right? Yeah. That would be my advice.
Mm-hmm. I mean, okay, I think this was mainly directed to, setting up a startup and so on. So, of course, in the industry, if you are working for a big company like, I think you have Ericsson T-shirt. Right? So, I mean, how you would basically convert ideas into reality is one hand is, okay, patenting, of course. I mean, if you have a very cool idea and then you have really good inventive step, you can have a great patent that can be adopted by the standards. It can be used by many devices around. And I mean, there's also some financial incentives, of course, being by the companies because there are legal laws and so on. And so, I mean, that's also one way if you are in a company, you can protect your ideas in patents and they can be also financially relevant. That's as a bottom line. That would be, and some companies, I think they also, there are like spin-offs, if the idea may grow and then, you can first have an internal project and then if it is, could be very like spin-off, like Siemens has a lot of examples on that one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
They are going to charge you on these advices. I don't know if you know that.
There's a percentage cut. Yeah.
But coming back to the stage, let's put it this way. Another thing that we were chatting before was about mobility, right, Jane? We were discussing this. Mobility meaning your first job should be the last one, or you should change every 6 months or whatever. Yeah. Something in between. So I would like to hear the thoughts of all of you on this matter.
I don't know, I guess I'll start. Yep.
Yeah,
Perfect. So yeah, exactly that. We were chatting about, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of, especially in the US, there's, a lot of press for people job hopping a lot and getting very large salary increases. And I guess it's always somewhere in the middle. You can't, these days, not many people stay in one organization for such a long time. Lots of people do move around. And from my experience, from a recruitment experience, when we are looking at hiring people, we do look at, the longevity that they've had in different organizations. And if you do have someone that has changed every 6 months, you may question, is it worth investing in that hire? Are they going to leave us after 6 months? And obviously, recruitment costs a lot of money and it costs a lot to train people, and you want to try to keep that, that intellect within the organization. So, I would say probably don't stay with one organization forever, but don't move every 6 months. It's somewhere in the middle. And, you'll find an organization that you like to work for. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything. Sorry.
I can, of course, if we go in the order. So, I mean, from my point of view, I was looking in the potential growth opportunities in that place. I like stability. I think as a human being, typically we like stability. Like if you're happy, you are decently happy, or decently unhappy, let's say. And then you can still have career development opportunities. You learn from the others and so on. And then in a foreseeable future, you don't see a blockage, let's say, that that will block your career and so on. I think that then you would say, okay, I would rather stay there because I have the opportunity to grow, I learn from the others, like have close collaboration and so on. But at some point, if you think that, okay, I cannot grow anymore, right, and there's a blocking point, and there might be like the chance to change, that would be my advice, really looking into, like if I can grow or not, and then if you have the feeling that, okay, it is blocking your career aspirations, then maybe it's time to change.
Patrick, you can even change career, job, not just the...
I think I would always ask myself a question, is this the right time to change for another company, another employer? But the sort of condition that, if satisfied, would be to change is my mission completed? Is the work I've been working on, is the project, is it completed? Is it done? I don't want to leave it just open and to the others. This is my own kind of attitude. And I've done this for every employer or any freelance consultancy I've done, and never just leave it like that. So I can't say it's 6 months, 1 year, or whatever time. Because it's just case by case.
Yeah, I could just say that when you're fresh out of school, all the knowledge that you have received over the years, when you put that in practice, you're actually very new, and sort of dare to stay in that moment, that absorbing new experiences will take time and new learnings, and applying that into either be that research or whatever your role is, that you're actually quite new in your role, even after a year, or in certain of our job roles, you will be new in your position and will need to be developing into your roles for quite some years, actually. So it depends on what type of job role or career you're seeking. But to your point there, have I learned enough? Am I done here? And I think, also having a lengthy time with one employer doesn't necessarily hinder you, because you have the opportunity to do so much within that company if it's a large company. So it depends on your career path or the ability to create your own career within that company, and the opportunities that are actually in front of you. So I think you need to, again, draw the map and also be a little bit calm about that. You don't need to change, because maybe that is necessarily not beneficial for you and your learning and how you grow in your current or future roles as well.
Then in our area, the equivalent is when they graduate from a PhD, should they go for work, stay as a postdoc, all this kind of thing?
I would like to add to this discussion that, in academia, the beauty of work in academia is that you develop yourself all the time. You don't have any limits. So the bad thing is that the salaries are of course much lower than in industry, but on the other hand, it's very inspiring, and I enjoy very much working in academia, and this is, you don't reach this point when you really would like to go somewhere else because you reach the top, you are done. So because you can develop yourself and the group and the research field as long as you wish. So this is very inspiring, and in my case, I enjoy very much working with young people because they are very creative and they give me a lot of good ideas, and so this is another very good thing in working in academia. So as our rector said, that we are getting older, but our students are not older. So, so in this is the truth. So working with young people is very, very nice. On the other hand, I would say that these days it's very difficult to find position in academia, unfortunately. For several reasons, I will not go in detail on this, but even if you have lower salary in academia, if you have a chance to try this, I would really recommend.
Moving a little bit topic, I was discussing these matters with someone again from Portugal the other day, and what can be the implications, let's call it this way, of social media when you are going for a job? Meaning people using or too much or too less, if I even dare to put it this way, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all these kind of things. Because I was talking again the other day with someone, so she's the head of human resources in an operator in Portugal. And let me tell you the story. It's a 30-second story. She said, you know, last week I did not hire someone from your school, and he was brilliant. I said, oh, so what's wrong with him? Oh, okay, we ended up looking that he was tweeting a lot about his personal life. And we wanted someone to be part of the strategy team. And we were afraid that since he was much into social media, that somehow he could forget that he should not do it that much in companies. I don't want to go into secrets or whatever, or even implying whatever in this case, but in general terms, I mean, what can be the relationships between social media on the one hand and, let's say, having a job, a serious job, whatever you want to call it?
I can go first, and just to change order a little bit.
No, sorry. Thank you.
No, but I think social media can be super great if you are balanced, right? And that goes in both directions, because obviously if you're a candidate that are applying for a position, you would like to know my manager, my future manager, what's the team, then you go and Google people. That is kind of the inverted reference check. But it goes the other way around as well. So I think you need to be aware of that. Depending on what you actually post, it could have an effect on how you are perceived. But it could also be perceived, if you use it wisely, that you come across very, very good as an additional that maybe didn't come through in the interview process or in other steps in the process. So I think you should be mindful, as you should always do with social media. So it's actually not maybe just connected with a hire or with a recruitment process. You should always be mindful, right?
But, when it comes to using social media, yeah, if you use it wisely, that's the point, I think. Because as a researcher at academia, I mean, our job is also to promote our results. And we use LinkedIn to promote this. And LinkedIn is a great thing. Okay, I'm not LinkedIn employee, but LinkedIn is great to find partners for research, to have interesting discussions, inspiring discussions. There are lots of discussion groups. And I think it's quite well organized if you follow certain rules to not to divert your attention to other things. So I think that way of using social media is something brilliant. I think it was James Surowiecki in his book Wisdom of Crowds who said that it is the value of the scientific achievement is not in the eye of the beholder. It is how the audience, how the community receives this. Then perhaps it actually becomes valuable sooner or later. So it is important that we advocate through, for instance, social media.
But we can advocate this by our publications as well. I mean, I am not very active in social media, by the way. I use LinkedIn, and I think this is a good place, but I value privacy, so I am not super active in social media.
Yeah, I think just coming back to Patrick's point there, where it's how the community receives it. It's the same with your social media, so it's definitely a public persona. And yeah, you should be mindful for this if you are, wanting to execute opportunities within your community, that people potentially will reflect on what you put out into the community.
Yeah, in that particular case, of course, we don't know all details. It sounded a bit not so fair assessment because you may just know the rules, right? Okay, it doesn't mean that you would share company secrets or something like the social media. So I think there should be a differentiation, but I understand there's maybe some bias towards certain people who are using social media very in that direction, right? And other than that, for instance, for our book, just we published, like yesterday from the 5G PPP community, and it got a lot of downloads just in one day, like it's more than 6K and so on. And then I think that was the advantage of LinkedIn and all this social media that we use effectively to some extent, and then it just spread, like sometimes you see, okay, a CEO of a big company and so on, it is like third level connection. So there are some connections, like Bill Gates and like third level or so on. So you have some connections who are connected to someone that you would not have been connected to like 10 years ago, right? So at the end, I think it can be also like a positive thing for people that using social media effectively. Overall, of course, mindful usage of the social media is critical. I mainly also use the professional platforms for such, particularly LinkedIn, for such promotion of the work, let's say.
So back to the audience. One more question now from the audience. There were only 3, so we are still 7 left to open the doors. No one? Seriously?
Yep, there's one.
Yes. We have a recent graduate that is looking for a job, right, Afif?
I think it's never too late to go back, isn't it? I think we maybe in the future, or not in the near future, we'll see basically more coming back, isn't it, to academia, to universities. Actually, we see some, after retirement, some of the people of industry, they go back to academia. My question, when listening to you, one have the impression that there is a single model. And I know this is not the case, when it comes especially, the differences between academia and research. It depends basically on the countries. Even within the EU, basically, there might be huge differences. Yeah. And listening to you, of course, some of you talk Swedish model, German model, or basically the Polish one. I know in some countries you have the opportunity as basically a PhD student do it at the industry, basically. This is completely sponsored, so you know what's happening, and then it's your decision to stay there or to basically to move. In other countries, you don't have this opportunity. In Sweden, for instance, if you are employed as a PhD, you even basically sponsor basically for your funding your pension, which you are fully employed. So you have certain privileges. And I think this is important for the student to understand, isn't it? Depending on the context and where do you live, you have different models, different options. And also how near are basically industries to academia. This can differ from country to country. If you take the German model sometime, it could be well included. In some other models, basically, the separation is really broad. Maybe, Luis, I don't know, you can talk also about the Portuguese model or the Spanish. It's different, isn't it? And I think this is an important point to lift. Even within the EU, there are, diverse really models.
Indeed, you are completely right. Jane, unfortunately, has to leave in a few minutes. She has a plane to catch, so
sorry.
I'll give the opportunity for, let's say, call it a final statement, and then you can
so
get
apologies,
out
I have to leave. But yeah, listen, I guess I hope it was helpful. If anyone, has any further questions or wants to reach out, feel free to. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So if anybody would like to reach out, feel free. Maybe just answering in terms of the different models for a study. I'm most familiar, obviously, with the German model. And for us, especially in Huawei, we offer the opportunity to do a PhD within our organization. Also, if students are looking to get internal industry opportunity through their academic PhD, they could come and do an internship with us, and I guess the reason for that is exactly that, to try and get a bit of industry experience whilst you're still doing your study. In Germany, I think the model is quite flexible, and in terms of all that pension and those elements, you are considered as a employee, so you do get all those full benefits as well. I think in Germany the model is quite flexible, and as an individual, again, we come back to this, you need to reflect on what you want to do and what ticks your boxes, what gives you goosebumps. So probably they're, the real questions that people need to ask themselves, what is it that you want to do? Yeah, but listen, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jen, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to leave.
You're excused.
I will sneak out. Okay. Thank you. No need for a clap. No need. Thank you.
But yes, Afif, indeed. And this comes actually to another topic which is related somehow. But
Indeed, in the different European countries, just to address Europe, right? The models for taking a PhD and the relationship with industry are completely different. For example, in Portugal, it's a small country, and even in our area, we don't have, I mean, the big companies in Portugal are basic sales people and customer support, which you can expect that to be, right, for obvious reasons, I would say. And then this means that most of the people taking the PhD, they end up being at university or research labs, and not that much in companies. So, and this even affects the number of Portuguese students willing to take a PhD, right? That, of course, goes from country to country in a completely different way.
If I may add here, so in Europe, it is an opportunity, for instance, to be part of Marie Curie, it's called Training Network program, where you are employed at some company or at university. You you go towards PhD, but you spend some time at the company if you are employed at the university, and then you have the opportunity to learn how it goes at work at university. And in particular, I think in many universities for hiring academic position, there is a merit if someone spent some time in different places. I mean, the mobility. So, and I know that in many European countries, it is counted as a merit to not do everything as I did at KTH, to go around and see other places. So this opportunity is, even if you start to work at some universities, so probably you will then be able to go, I mean, for some visits. And if you work at a company, you may collaborate with university, and if you like, then if you find this good opportunity, you can move. So it's not, the first decision is not the final, let's say.
Patrick?
Yeah, in Poland we have something like an industrial PhD program, and that's ministry level funded. So actually the company does not pay anything, nor the university. It is ministry funded. Now, it sounds like a great opportunity, right? Find the right company that's interested in the subject, or perhaps grab an employee from there to run the PhD, right? So this should, in a way, offload financially the company, bring innovation into the company, and of course the university would benefit at the same time. But there is something strange with the mindset of the people in the companies, in the industry. I'm talking locally in Poland. They fear that intellectual property will somehow fly away, perhaps, be unprotected. They actually raise questions, so finally, where the PhD student is supposed to sit, here or at the university? What are the regulations, and so on? And we have the regulations. It is only about the mindset. We as a university are reaching out to companies locally and nationally to execute this PhD, industrial PhD. I did not succeed yet with such a PhD student, but I heard about successful stories, so I hope for the best in the future.
In Sweden, we also have industrial PhD students who are funded by funding agency, not by company, and not by university. So it's a very good opportunity for companies to educate or train our own people.
Yeah. Going back to the audience, any question? Like, what is the salary of a CEO, or what is the brand of the car you can have when you just enter into one of these companies?
I would like to expand a little bit on this last topic about industry PhD position and something like that. Because I know it's usually very common for an industry worker to pursue a PhD with the industry interests in mind. But how about the opposite situation, when you are actually a PhD student for the university exclusively, and then you manage, or perhaps you manage to market your research direction to some company and they express interest in it and they decide to fund it, how common do you think this scenario can be or is?
So you mean that you are you work for a company for a
university,
for the university, and would like to try some time in the company during your PhD studies?
Yeah, I mean, for example, say you are pursuing a research direction that is perhaps also of interest to some local company or national company, and they may express perhaps interest in funding or partaking in taking part in the research.
Well, this is in fact possible. I mean, let's say if I have collaboration with Ericsson, and my PhD student is very much involved in this collaboration. So first, it is a door opening for the student after getting the position to go to Ericsson. But also during this, we can have agreement, I mean, me as a supervisor and a colleague at Ericsson who is working with me, that the student will spend some time at Ericsson and sit in their offices and have close discussions with them. Then probably the non-disclosure agreement would need to be signed, but it's not a big issue. So I think this is absolutely possible. I don't know if small companies would be, I mean, that flexible, but for large companies, for sure.
Yeah, I think this is also one way of having, okay, not like exactly industrial PhD. I had industrial PhD. In that case, yeah, most of the time you sit in the company premises, you know, like you work directly with the people inside the company, and then you spend less time maybe in the academic environment. So, but then you will test more on the industrial experience than the academic experience. Then the other way around is that you sit at the university funded by the companies, and especially the big companies, they do this funding, industrial funding. In that case, you will have this project scope defined, maybe not more into the practical direction because the company has certain interest, maybe longer term research that can be done by the university and so on. Then you still have these interactions with the company employees, right? And you understand their point of view, the requirements, the restrictions. Maybe you can make even patents together based on the agreements, the contractual agreements you have. So then you will your main footprint would be at the university, but you will still have this experience because the project is defined together, right? And you will also talk with the engineers. You understand their points, their perspectives, and why they think that certain solution is not good because maybe it's not practical and so on. So that's it's a different trade-off, like different portions of experience in both lengths, I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question from the floor? Yes, please.
Well, I'm involved in one of these ITN projects, so I'm here for my industrial secondment. I experience both the academia and industry, and we have lots of training in this project. So I'm not only focusing on my project, but different things. So my question will be, who will benefit from this training more, academia or industry? And also I see a trend like people starting in industry and going back to academia. So when should someone do such a thing? You know, when someone will reach in a certain position in industry that will be really valuable for academia.
Well, I have some colleagues who moved to academia from industry for a professor positions. They worked as researchers in the research division at Ericsson, by the way, and then they were very known researchers and got positions in academia as professors and built a group, also research group, and became very famous, by the way. So
yeah, we have done these things, these collaborations over the years. I think back to your questions, when you should do that, I think that is also connected to what we discussed earlier on, right? It's hard to have like the magic now is the time. I think you need to evaluate those situations when you think that there's the right time for you individually, and also have a dialogue both with academia and obviously the employer. So I think a combination of the two, right?
And when the opportunity arrives, for instance, when, let's say, some university opens a position, professorship position, and you are at this level, then you can apply. Then you can think, okay, what is better for me, to build the research area in academia or to stay in industry? To move from industry to academia, it's also possible. I mean, the lower level, let's say you have master degree, you work for some company, and then you change your mind that, oh, I would like to do PhD. Then you still can change your path and apply for PhD position and resign from industry, or maybe to take advantage of this industry PhD position, for instance. But as you said, you need to feel when it's the right time for you to make this change.
So perhaps I can partly answer that question. How was it with me again? I think this was the point of time where I needed some more freedom, in a way, to realize my own genuine ideas that were perhaps not necessarily within the strategy of my current, those days, employer. And that was the moment for me, yeah, I think I need to move. At an expense of lower salary, of course. That is what is basically, I mean, it's a common denominator across countries, I think, that is underpaid usually in academia. So at the same time, I already had a broad network of contacts, so I had fair chances to get partners for research projects. I have the right sort of management experience of how to manage a research team. So these were like kind of coordinates to me. Okay, now I'm ready. And also private life was actually settled by that time, so yeah, I'm ready. That was the case with me.
I think this part that also partly answers the question from you, right? I mean, why should I do PhD or not? I mean, that's definitely a career path you can follow. My university professor back at Aalto University, he worked at Nokia for some years, and then he moved to the university. And I think so in certain countries, this industrial experience is very valuable, right? Because you will be funded by the industry, you can get projects from the industry, you understand how the industry works. In that sense, you can say that, okay, yeah, I get this experience from the industry, I understand the requirements. If I go back to the university, I can easily get funding from the industry. I think there are also quite some such examples, and I think what Patrick said is also very valuable. That when you see that, okay, I want my independence. Like I can have my own, somehow like your own company, right? This university is kind of their own institute. You have your PhD students, like your employees, and so on. Yeah, that would be the right moment maybe to move from academia to the industry.
Any other question from the audience? No? No? Okay, yes, please. Come forward.
Hi, Luis and the panels. Thank you for a great panel here. And firstly, I'm very happy that not many people in our field have career problems compared to last year. And I have two questions. So I think the kind of thing of today is how to decide or how to choose between industrial academia in a broad view. And I'm currently a postdoc from Chalmers here in Sweden. And I think it's like a common question among our colleagues, like how to make decisions at this stage, since, for instance, in Sweden, we have the opportunities of work with both academic people and a lot of exciting, for instance, Euro projects. So we have experience from both sides. But sometimes it's hard to answer the question, like Patrick brought it before, which I really like. It's like when you decide to change your company or position, it's important to ask yourself, am I done here? So I would like to ask, like, how, for instance, for postdocs, it's normally hard to answer that question, since I really don't know if I'm done with academia, or Yeah, that's my first question. And the second question is about decisions. So I think when you make decisions, it's sometimes important to find the things you're really excited about and have passion about. So I would like to ask every one of you, can you please share a very short experience on your decisive moment in your career path where you find things you really like and that at that point sort of changed your career path? Can you please share that small story with us? Thank you.
May I say, well, it's not about me because, as I mentioned, I didn't change my career path. But looking to my students and postdocs, I would say that to get the permanent position in academia, at least in Sweden, is pretty difficult. I think in other countries too. So you can, if you are, if you are moving around as a postdoc in different universities, finally, if you like research, academic life and academic work, then I think you finally find some place where you will get the position. But in general, it's pretty difficult. But it's, I think that people are also enjoying, such short-term work like postdoc, 2 years here, 2 years there. But unless you have family, and it's difficult to, to move around with the family. It's not always depending on your feeling that now it's time I will move. It's sometimes, the opportunities, so there are no, how to say, synchronized with your own plan. And one should count on this as well, I think.
I don't know, anyone else on the Amir?
Yeah, maybe for the first part, if I should move away from the postdoc, it's fun, and so on. I mean, as we also mentioned, you can, even in the companies, you can continue being part of the European projects, you will see a lot of colleagues from different companies, big companies here, part of the European projects, leading or contributing and so on. So, and I understand that the postdoc maybe, it's short, you get short-term contractual availability, and then if you say, okay, I want to have more stability, right, in a company, I continue, and then I can still be part of the research community. I can do disruptive research or part of new projects. For instance, we have the HexaX and HexaX2, kind of you can disrupt or contribute to the next generation, right? So it's still possible. I think there, if you want to have more stability and be part of such organization to grow and to work with other experts inside the company, you may take that decision, right? And then I think there was this question, okay, if there is some story. I mean, I would say personally, what I have seen, typically we are trying to reach a state where you feel more comfortable and you stay in your comfort zone, right? Maybe postdoc is your comfort zone. Then you say, okay, we can debate offline. So then you say, stay postdoc, I know how it works and so on. So I personally have the feeling that when you get out of your comfort zone, maybe take over some challenges, and then in the short term, you may get the pain, you may feel the pain, but it will help support you, your growth potential and so on. So that might be something that you say, okay, I get out of my comfort zone and maybe I will grow with the challenges,
So yeah, I will also drop a penny here. I think. Well, first of all, research is never done. Sort of, we can't say it that way, right? You are running a research project on a certain idea. It can be never done because you can always go deeper and deeper and find new research opportunities or subjects sort of there within this area. But you need to set some kind of gateways or checkpoints to yourself. Is this enough for me? Am I done with that? But the research is not necessarily finished. It will never be. So this was the case with me. I was working on fiber to the home technologies and then mobile front haul based on fiber optics. And at some point, this was not really in the core interest of the fiber to the home of my current employer those days. So I thought, okay, my sort of usefulness here is done. That's done, but not research. And I went with this research ideas somewhere else and developed that further. So it is about setting up your own kind of checkpoints, gateways, borders, whatever you call it.
Yeah, adding on to that, I would say that we definitely at Ericsson have had similar, as you have mentioned earlier on, that you can continue with your research. We could do different combinations of that that would suit you. Are they massive amount? No, it's not. But it's definitely something that we would like to see more of, but we definitely have done that. So going back and forth between academia and into the industry and also cross-working, part-time. There are different examples that we actually find solutions together on like a good, when you maybe not are totally ready to leave. Also, defining moment, me being the HR person here then, maybe not so tag into the engineering field or the research field, but for me, definitely, I go a lot on where do I feel mostly engaged. When I wake up at the morning and think, oh, great, new day, new opportunities, new things to solve. The day when I, like on a Sunday, think, oh, gosh, it's work tomorrow, then I'm done. And then I need to change a path, and that is not necessarily just connected to a specific role, but I did change my path. I started out, as I mentioned earlier on, with sales marketing, working with business development and processes and so forth, and I switched that into human resources, and I never sort of looked back, but I still have a lot of sales. I can't disconnect from that, but for me, I'm super passionate of getting people their next, even if within their job role or to the next job role, and how you build your career. So I think we have connected back to that. What makes your passion? That is where you need to find, and sometimes it's quite difficult, and sometimes you need to just make sure it takes time to define what that is. And it's okay that it takes time. That would be yeah.
Thank you. We need to close this panel because there's one starting at 5:30 and there is no interval in between, so there's some logistics to take care. I don't know if any of you would like to make any final statement about today's panel, any advice, final advice, whatever.
Yeah.
Robert?
Well, I would say there are quite a vast amount of opportunities, and especially if you are mobile, you can move between the countries, you can adapt to different models and so on. And then even like in your first job, you are frustrated. Maybe you didn't think that this was the best one for you. I mean, it may be something good for your next career steps and so on. I mean, that there is this famous. I think video from Steve Jobs at the Stanford University, and he was kicked out of his own company. Yeah? But he said that at that moment maybe it was the worst thing that happened to him. But then he was saying, okay, it was actually the best thing then in the long term, right? If you look into the whole history and so on. I think with all these opportunities, you can learn something, you can adapt, and then you can get some key lessons out of this, and then you move on and you make use of it in the next step. Yeah.
Patrick?
Yeah, short one from my side. I've run several interviews with people on different career stages for the IEEE Photonics news over the last 2 years. And I would like to quote one person. It's actually Gemma Vallosera, Dr. Gemma Vallosera, who is the head of AI at Ericsson, a good friend of mine. And she said that you should never be afraid to learn. Whatever learn means. Is this learning a new environment because you moved, a new country, a new technology, new people around you? Don't put limits onto yourself and take advantage of opportunities that come up. And she's the best example of this because she started as an optometrist, as far as I remember, something totally different. Went through optical fiber communications, quantum technologies, and right now head of AI at Ericsson Research. Yeah. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, please.
Just a short comment that even though you make a decision on your career tomorrow, that doesn't define you. You can change. It's not like end of, if it doesn't suit you, if it doesn't make you sort of move to the next level where you feel that you need to be, change. That would be my.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Lena,
yeah,
please.
again, not be afraid to stuck because that I stuck at the university was not because I just were not able to change, because I loved the university. I mean the work with young people with research, and I could develop myself every day. So basically. It's up to you to write your future. I mean, to decide about next steps, and you can enjoy whenever you work. You can enjoy the work. If you don't, then you can move. It's not the last thing.
Okay, as I said, there's a panel in 7 minutes, so we need to finish this one. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I did. Discussing about careers, students, what to do. And of course, I would like to thank, Jane had to leave earlier, as you may remember, but I would to thank Omer, Patrick, Anki, and Lena for accepting this invitation for a non-technical panel in the technical conference. Thank you very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
wait 5 minutes? Okay, let's try to start this last session of this first day of the EuCNC conference. First of all, many thanks for being there, and first of all, many thanks also for the distinguished panel that we have managed to assemble. I mean, we have the privilege of having very highly respected people and prominent persons in their companies to share with us tonight their views on 6G and on the road towards 6G. So I have assembled just one slide where you have the affiliation of the various speakers, which will save us a little bit of time before presenting the full CV, because I think it would take quite a lot of time if we if we want to introduce all what you did in your career. Anyway, on the website you have more information on the detailed, let's say, CV of the speakers. Unfortunately, the lady from Microsoft, Michaela Juhat, will not be with us tonight, so I apologize for that. She missed her plane. And at this moment in time, we will start the session. I have also to introduce myself. I used to be Deputy Head of Unit for Future Connectivity Systems in the European Commission until end of March, but at this moment in time I retired, so I will act as moderator in my own capacity of good faith and good willing person. As we say in French, Monsieur Loyal. I don't know if you understand this type of analogy. But now I think we can go into the real discussion. This panel has been designed as a dialogue, so it's just for having a question and eventually answers. So what I suggest is that we can try to address a number of topics which have been addressed already today and yesterday in the workshops, but to give, let's say, a high-level perspective from our speakers today. I will try to follow a pattern which is basically based on the applications, the sustainabilities, the technologies, and try to see what are the various let's say, directions in this type of topics. So my first question that I would address to the panel is in relation to applications and 6G applications. I think we have been looking into it for already some time. I mean, the ExaX project, which is the flagship project of the European Commission, is looking into a number of use cases, 5 categories of use cases, about 30 different types of use cases. We can see many type of ideas which are being floated around today. It seems that immersive environment, digital twins, as was presented this morning by the keynote speaker of Ericsson in very interesting presentation, are kind of very, let's say, fashionable concepts, if I may say so. But there was also in the presentation of the keynote this morning a very interesting slide on applications which are built over time on top of the 5G experience. And I think it was very interesting to see this slide that proposed an evolution path from 5G, enhancing the applications little by little to move into eventually something which is 6G oriented in terms of applications. And on the other hand, very different, maybe more sophisticated, more exotic type of applications such as joint communication and sensing. So my question to the panel would be, what are your views in terms of future applications for 6G? Do you believe that there are very specific applications that we have to concentrate on at this moment in time that we can build on to generate the ecosystems? Because at this moment in time, we have a perspective which is very wide. But in 5G, we could see that at some stage, the discussion was crystallizing on very specific type of applications. EMBB, for instance, was the first application type that came into the standardization bodies. And later, from a European perspective, also, we managed to involve a first set of verticals, which was automotive, and then factories. So are there similar views that we can expect for 6G, that there will be some sort of front runners, which we have to capitalize on to develop the systems early today? Or do we still have to keep the perspective extremely widely open because we are really far too early in the process? I don't know who would like to answer this one. Maybe we can go in sequence, or if you don't mind, as you like.
Okay, I can start. I think we should look and learn from what's happening now the coming years on 5G, and the things that takes off in 5G is of course candidate to enhance and drive even stronger than in 6G. So because I think we need a business case, we need a success, we need to motivate investment. So then, of course, you would like to look for applications which are moving fast and ahead of others. But you never know what then actually will be the killer applications, or so we need to keep it broad. But if I were to select something, I would look for the leading applications in 5G and make them even stronger. And I really hope that XR is one of these, the mixed reality type of applications.
Yeah, to build on that, I think every generation has a new defining application, but also delivers on what the previous generation promised to do, but do it at better efficiency, better performance, and at scale. So 5G, the promise is industrial automation. I think in 6G, we will see it happen at scale with better efficiency. But at the same time, the new application that many of us see as a vision is that digital physical fusion. And that is actually a whole plethora of known and yet unknown applications. And what I think is important to make that happen is that we have a platform approach, so that we have the ability that multiple actors in that digital physical fusion can participate. There will be people that have sensor infrastructure that they make available to keep the digital twin up to date. That can be cars, that can be radio sensors, joint communication and sensing, there can be video sensors, but then you have people that have the AI models that make it happen, then you have actors that will develop the application, then you have the network providers. So have an infrastructure that allow for that collaborative approach. I think that will be very important for 6G.
Okay.
Yeah, I think similar view. As previous generation, the new generation will fulfill the application more virtual, created from 5G. That's for 6G point of view. But what will be the dominant application carried forward by 6G will be the AI type of a service. So that is the new thing that we really need to study more. Because it's a kind of a disruption, because the pervasive of AI usage, and especially the AI will get into domain with a very tight loop of a physical world and a digital world interaction. This was not happening in the previous generation, so it's more in the cloud. But this tight interaction with the physical world and the digital world. That is the new AI will definitely drive this.
So AI is the key word, is the buzzword. Eric, you have some ideas on that? Or?
Yeah, actually, I agree with everything which has been said by my colleagues. One thing that we think is very important is that we make sure that those services that we are imagining for our future customers, they answer an actual need of our customers, because we have been always in the technology push attitude, and it's important also that we make sure that what we imagine for the people will meet their need, so that in the end there will be a successful adoption of the technology, and so a sustainable business for us. And for that, we think it's important that even in the early stages of 6G, where we still would have ideas about what could be the opportunities opened by the technology, that we make a connection with the citizens, with the future industrial users, and test our ideas, get their feedback, and together build a technology that will meet in the end the needs and the market, and get confidence on that.
Okay. Maybe I would like just to pick on the platform approach that you mentioned, Peter. This platform approach, if I understand well, kind of drives a certain level of openness of the platform, which is going to be available to the potential developers. So it means that there is a certain level of exposure of the functionalities in the network that has to be reached towards potential developers. I mean, in 5G, this is already happening. I understand that there is this CAPIF Common API framework, for instance, which is developed in 3GPP that allows already some exposure of functionalities. Now, is this something that is appealing to the operators? I mean, are the operators really ready to open their network and expose functionalities for third-party developers, which at the end of the day might mess up their resource or might make some control that they don't like? I mean, how do you make that happen in business terms? Maybe it's more a question for the operating side, but feel free to answer.
Yeah, so absolutely. First, we think that indeed in the future we need to consider our network, our infrastructures as platforms to enable business, new business, also because we know that already, and we see that coming already, the end-to-end service delivered to a customer does not always rely only on our networks. I mean, that's true for roaming, obviously, when you're abroad, but with the advent of non-public networks, part of the infrastructure to deliver service to some verticals will use their own infrastructure in addition to the public network operator infrastructure. And that will happen quite soon. So now the question, and this is a question that we are thinking of internally, is what should we open exactly? Because of course we don't want to give all the keys to others. We spend a lot of time designing, optimizing, securing our network, and of course we want to keep the control on it. So there is a trade-off here to find. We have not yet found the sweet spot, but this is an active topic of thinking internally.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think we have been sort of from vendor side and operators, we have felt that we had over-the-top services taking a lot of the value, right? And I think, so we have been perhaps thinking a little bit on how to get around that. And I think the answer is a little bit the opposite, right? We should make the over-the-top even more richer and possibilities, but it should be through an API. It should be possible to monetize that over-the-top services, because the nice thing with over-the-top is that it works across operators, across countries, across vendors, right? And so that's a very good property. But offering more richer network capabilities then to making more advanced over-the-top services, I think that's the key. And that should be through exposure and APIs and monetization built in from the start, I think, in order to get a more even distribution of the values of this.
Yeah. I want to build on that. So yes, open programming interfaces to allow for richer use of the network capabilities, but we should also shield the complexity of the network and have what we call intent-based programming interfaces, where we use such things as large language models to make that translation between an intention, something that the application developer understands, and then something that then the network can implement in an efficient way. And because you mentioned over the top, I think we should be a bit cautious that the platform doesn't become the default platform of over-the-top players, the big web scalers, that we really allow for a collaborative ecosystem and not a monopoly and a lock-in to. So we need to also act fast as an industry there.
Okay. Yes. So the platform approach is the industry DNA or tradition. That's all the mobile industry do. And then the openness is because there is a community, a domain of speciality. It's not every open that for the other community to use is convenient. Sometimes you open more, they cannot have the capability to use this. So I'm pretty much agree with what you said. We need to have some other technology to enable this. Auto GTP could be one good example, that from a very high level intent, then through technology translate the enable different parts of the network. So those are the different technology approach.
Okay, so I take it as a kind of interim conclusion that we have to continue the platform approach, which has been, I think, also very much reflected in the SNS program, 6G SNS JU program of the European Commission. Try to give some control to the users, some power to the users, and also I take from the discussion that it's maybe a little bit too early to focus on dedicated specific applications, but I would also tend to believe that if the standardization process is supposed to start in 2025, where we will have a standardization proposal for release 20 a little bit before, there is not much time to try to understand if there are already dedicated applications that we have to concentrate on for the first phase of standardization. So I think this is a subject of reflection, in my view, that the community should potentially address. Because if we gamble on the wrong horse at some stage, we might see that the developments will be done for the US ecosystem or for the Asian ecosystem, but not necessarily for the European ecosystems, assuming that they are different. Now, the beauty would be if we can have a global ecosystem, but 5G showed that it was not exactly possible with EMBB developing in the US and in Asia, the vertical story being more prominent in Europe and possibly in China as well. So it was not exactly along the same line, the priorities of the different regions. Yes, please, Eric.
An additional comment on that. Standardization is not the end, of course. Usually what we do is that we are building a toolbox, and then depending on the several years after, depending on the interest of the market, then vendors can make informed choices about what exactly to develop, what to build into products, so that we operators, we can, and then of course we operators, we can also choose what we want to deploy. But so we don't need already from the standardization to have absolutely clear ideas about what will be the applications. Of course, the earlier we know, the better it is, because then we can put more focus on some particular directions. And I was using the term of toolbox, and then build the right tools to put inside the toolbox. But still, we still have years to decide in the end what will be implemented and what will be deployed, even after standardization. I mean.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective as well. Maybe at this stage we can maybe open the discussion to the audience on the very specific subject of applications and what are the kind of applications that 6G will stimulate or that will stimulate 6G. I don't know if there is one or two questions on this particular topic. Yes, I don't see very well, but it seems that there is a question here because I'm a bit under the spotlight. Yes, Emmanuel, if you want to ask your question. On n'entend rien.
I would like to come back to the platform and to the applicability and enabling of 6G. Because you're talking about network sometimes, you're talking about AI, there is computing everywhere, there is a need of security. For your point of view, where is a single-stop shop where we will do and use the openness maybe of all those multilateral approaches and providers of peace services? Are we still in the OSI model with just one layer for everybody, with de facto no differentiation of service? Who will be the main actor? Is it network-centric? Is it computing-centric? Who will take the lead on that? Cool.
It's a good question because there's no single answer to that. I think we need to be ready for scenarios. There is indeed the emergence of the web scalers, and I think a bit of a threat of them becoming the dominant platform, and then, yeah, you're locked in, or the more open distributed approach. And yes, the network, but also the cloud compute continuum in an integrated approach, right? And there are also other distributed business models that are emerging with Web 3.0 technology, where different players can, in a distributed way, collaborate, exchange trust, and also exchange value through crypto technologies.
But you see my point. If you want to value everything we are doing, including in the research programs and so on, we need to have, we don't have today even the ability to expose the quality of what is given, provided by the network in terms of security, QoS, and everything. We have some of the APIs, through the APIs and so on, but there is no standards, and so there is no way to value this. And I'm not entering the free share debate and the net neutrality, but there is some pieces missing somewhere. And today, if you want a digital service, the natural way, maybe not to go to the network provider. And so that's an open question, but I guess it's a challenge for all of us.
I don't know if anyone want to answer. I mean, Emmanuel, just to answer, I'm not the one who should answer, but just to make the remark that, if I remember well, this is an issue which is well recognized in the SNS work program to ensure end-to-end quality security across heterogeneous domains is primarily one topic of the research which we are which the Commission is trying to stimulate these days. So I see it as an open perspective from the SNS 6G program. Now, maybe the real people have their own ideas on how this can be achieved. When you cut across multiple domains, you have a network which is implemented part in a vertical, part in an hyperscaler, part in a CSP. So you have this end-to-end characteristics, and you have to ensure the end-to-end security. So is it through a third-party provider? Is it through a concatenation of resources across domain? Is it through a certification mechanism? Honestly, I don't know. There are probably many, many views on that, that possibly you can maybe tell us what are your views on that.
Yeah, I think you actually partly answered here, because it is really an ecosystem with many players. And it's not possible for one player to guarantee an end-to-end quality of service and security, etc. The vendors will, of course, need to make systems that could be configured in the right way. Then they need to be installed and operated in the right way. Devices needs to be, of course, providing the right security and applications on top of that. So I think to have this trustworthiness, security through the full application is really a collaboration in the ecosystem. That's my view.
Yeah, maybe to add on that, one also wonders how do you orchestrate such a network of networks and continuum of compute. And we need to think scenario where you have federated approaches, but we also need to think, okay, is there one control entity or a marketplace that takes care of that orchestration in a hierarchical approach? So we need to be prepared for scenario thinking.
And coming back to the question about is there a one-stop shop, I think that really depends on the service. And coming back to my roaming example, when there will be NTN, and when you will have the possibility to roam to zones covered with satellite, for instance, I mean, here again, you could subscribe subscription to a satellite operator, or you could have an agreement between an operator like Orange and another satellite operator, and then part of your subscription, then you would have this access to satellite constellations, and when you would be out of the terrestrial coverage, then you would switch to satellite coverage. And that's a very possible model.
Yeah, so I guess pretty much agree. This is the composition of the ecosystem. So 6G as a whole is too big for single vendor, single country, or single service provider. So it is a summation of the entire ecosystem to deal with. So we don't see even the feasibility for a dominant vendor or service provider even in the 6G scenario.
Okay, maybe we can move on to the next set of questions. I think we have addressed to an extent the let's say the application type of let's say domain with the various possible approaches towards research and investigation into this domain. Now, maybe one domain which has come up very prominently over the last 2 days, which is quite not unusual, but which is quite possibly different from 5G, is this idea of sustainability. I mean, sustainability seems to be now one of the big things which is being discussed in the 6G, let's say, circles. There are many dimensions of sustainability, so maybe not to diverge too much, because there are other sessions which are discussing about sustainability. Maybe you can just focus on the part, I think, which was already addressed this morning a bit in the keynote speech about energy efficiency. So my question would be, how do you see the possibility to be better in terms of energy efficiency for future network platforms? Because this seems to be a bit of a kind of very difficult requirements. On the one hand, you go much faster, you have much lower latency, you add additional frequency bands, and in the end, you are much more performant in terms of energy efficiency. So this logically doesn't sound very easy to to realize. So I don't know if we have to do it like in 5G, where when people say that 5G is more efficient, they say it's in terms of energy per bit. So it's clear that in terms of energy per bit, 5G is much more efficient than 4G for sort of reasons. But now, can we do better in 6G? And can we even go beyond what 3GPP has already provided in sort of all tricks with the dormant modes and this type of things? Or do we have to concentrate more on the energy saving at the level of the applications? That means the use case that runs on top of the platform. For instance, there are not so many, but there are a few studies that shows that if you use connected cars with network platforms that tells you exactly the way to go and the optimized route, you can save, I don't know, 50% of energy consumption, this type of thing. So should we put the priority in one or the other domain, or again, look at everything from a holistic perspective? How do you see the most promising routes to achieve this type of goals?
Okay, maybe I will take. Yeah, so the sustainability is becoming more critical for 6G. At the previous generation, we didn't take this as an important indicator, but now the sustainability become almost make and break. But the crisis at the moment is moving either 5G evolution or 6G evolution. Is the computing explosion when the application goes very diverse and also computing intensive. This is the driving factor, and the Moore's law stopped basically. The leverage to resolve the computing side is limited. There is limited space, so this long-term wise, this is one bottleneck. The other one is the spectrum wise move to the higher frequency, also increase, have to manage the power efficiency for the higher frequency communication. So these are the two technical challenge, and the rest one has to be a community effort. Somehow in the requirement stage, or even later on with the regulatory stage, has to reinforce the sustainability.
Maybe I can build on that. Actually, 10 years ago, I worked in a consortium called Green Touch. I think you were also part of that. And there we had that ambitious goal of a factor of 1,000 improvement in energy efficiency. And we have seen that you can do it and that you also need to do it. We predicted that it will come to this stage. So we have still the ambition for 6G. Traffic will go up by an order of magnitude depending on what forecast you use, 20, 30. And at the same time, you want to reduce the power consumption by at least 50%. So that is our goal. And it can be done. There's multiple things. On the ASIC level, yes, I agree, Moore's law is saturating in efficiency, but you can look at new concepts of mixed signal compute. For the AI, you can look at compute in memory and such concepts. So there's new ASIC architectures to look at. At the radio, which is still 70% of the power consumption in a network, there's multiple things that you can do. So that is the footprint. But I think we also need to address the handprint. What you said, can we help as a network? Because our network power consumption is 2%, depending on the predictions, maybe 6%. But there's a lot more power consumption that we can help with to make it efficient in the power grid, in transportation, by leveraging the network capabilities. And I think also there we have a responsibility, the handprint and the footprint.
Yeah, I think a good thing with the current energy crisis is that it has become much more now in focus to reduce energy consumption in existing networks. So I guess we had a lot of things in the drawers that has not been implemented, it was not asked for, etc. But now, of course, everything is done in order to make the current networks as energy efficient as possible. So that's something, of course, a high priority now, short term. Then looking forward, I think the full potential of 5G is not yet utilized still, because it also takes the hardware platforms to evolve and really make full use of the sort of sleep possibilities and all of the things that we have built into the 5G standard. So there we also have a journey to do. And of course, these things should continue going into 6G. And then I think we have sort of taken a little bit of free lunches, because there were a few free lunches here, because 4G was not really optimized for it in the same way. So it will, of course, be more and more of a challenge to reduce even further when we are now looking at 6G. So that's a really interesting now research field to try to address and find solutions beyond sort of the obvious ones. One thing which I think we should look at is, of course, the integration between the radio networks, the communication networks, and the compute networks, and sort of the grid, the smart grid. Because I think there are gains of using batteries that we anyhow have in the radio networks, because we need them as backup. You can use them in combination with green energy sources, which is more fluctuating, so to say. And it's really the CO2 footprint which is the problem, right? So if we can move, so we can use and take advantage of more and more sort of green energy sources, that's of course also an important aspect.
Operator's perspective? Yes. As you know, sustainability is a topic which is dear to our heart in Orange. And just about your initial questions, which was, should we have some priorities between footprint, working on applications? I mean, we should do everything we could, of course, to maximize first the negative impacts of the technology that we are designing, and also the positive impacts that we are generating in other sectors of the society. But just focusing on the energy efficiency. First, energy efficiency was one of the design criterion of 5G. And that's why we implemented those long periods where the base station doesn't transmit anything in case there is no traffic. But then I agree with Magnus, we have not fully exploited that yet, because the point is that you can shut down all the radio parts of the base station when there is no traffic. But the problem is not to shut them down. The problem is to turn them back on when there is traffic, because that takes some time. So that means you need to anticipate, predict when there will be traffic so that you can turn back the equipment slightly in advance so that they are on when there is a need for using them. And for that, we are still researching some solutions. AI can help, but we are not using fully that possibility. And that leads us to one of the things that we are really calling for 6G is to have this possibility of consuming 0 watt when there is 0 load, which is not the case today, because if there is 0 load, still your base station is on and you are consuming energy. And so you are wasting energy somehow. And having the right processes that certainly can take, touch different parts, hardware design, optimization, sleep modes, AI, as I was referring to. There are many levers to play on in order to reach that objective. And of course, it's not only having 0 watt at 0 load, but having also the power consumption to scale progressively with the traffic. So if you have a small amount of traffic, then you should have a small amount of power consumption. So that's a very important design criterion for 6G in our view. And also I'd like to stress that environmental sustainability is not only about energy consumption, because even, we made some studies internally in Orange, and even if we were using 100% renewable energy, still it would just remove 20% of our CO2 emissions. And all the rest is on plenty of different factors. I'm not going into the details, but we need also to take into account if we talk in terms of CO2, the CO2 impact of the equipment that we are installing, because they are generating, they are based on mining activity, then manufacturing, then transportation, and so on and so on. And finding ways also to reduce the amount of new equipments is also one direction. And for that, ensuring that the equipments are modular so that you can repair only the pieces which needs to be repaired. Also, maximizing the solutions for sharing equipment between operators. That's also a way to reduce this global impact of our industries. And there is a lot of gain to be ripped off in that direction.
I may be wrong, but it seems there are a lot of good ideas which are on the table at this moment in time on how to progress further on this particular element. But I was a little bit under the impression, especially listening to the ExaX workshop yesterday, that we still are missing modeling and how to model the impact of various technologies in the network. I give you a simple example. For instance, the NextG Alliance in the US, they have a report on sustainability. I think they come somewhere to the conclusion that using NFV implementation saves energy, but it's not so much expressed in, let's say, rational terms. The idea behind is that if you implement a function in NFV, you can activate it only when you need it, and it's not active all the time. So from that perspective, you will save energy. But there is no real model that says how much you can quantify that and how this is going to materialize when you have this implementation in your network. And what I have seen over the last few months, when I was still working with the SNS colleagues in the Commission, is that we try to push this idea of sustainability, especially energy efficiency, in the context of the ITU vision documents, which is to be delivered in the next few months. But apparently there is some resistance in the ITU domain to take this as a framing specification or as a framing objective, because there is no real way which is identified today to measure that. Because once you specify something, ITU will develop the measurement models, and they will then test the specification of 3GPP against their measurement model. And apparently for the sustainability issue, it's much more difficult to have this type of measurement framework. And this creates, apparently, what I understand, some resistance. So what can we do to change that? I mean, it seems we are, when we say the next generation should be 1 terabit, I mean, to measure 1 terabit is something that the stakeholders know how to do that. To say it has to be 90% more energy efficient, it's something which the models need to be developed against what it is that we measure. I don't know if this is something you share, but this is the impression I had when listening to the various speakers.
First, there has been a lot of progress in evaluation of environmental impact of what we do. Just talking about the products that exist today, now systematically there are life cycle analyses which are being performed by the vendors. And this is very good because it allows us also to have a clear idea when we compute our global impact of having some precise values for at least that part. Then about ITU, I think that has a lot to do with the way ITU works. The way ITU works is that they take proposals from 3GPP, for instance, and then for some aspects they make simulations, for other aspects they just look at the specifications and then they say, okay, pass or fail. But when it comes to energy efficiency, it doesn't depend only on your specifications on your air interface. It depends also on the way it's implemented, and that ITU has no means to checking that. So there are things which you can do by looking at specifications, and there are other things that you cannot. And yes, that poses the question of how you can connect some impacts that do not depend on specifications with just looking at the specification, and basically you cannot. So we need to find, if we want that to be a criterion in ITU, we need to find the right way of evaluating it. But does it fit really ITU? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, probably there will be some regulatory framework established then, and has to be global as well. Then that will start to, reinforce in the end this sustainability.
Okay. Any comment on that?
I agree. There's an important role for the regulator. It's when the regulator imposes energy limits, then the oranges of this world start banging on our head to reduce the power consumption of our equipment. And yes, you can have maybe standard approaches of how to measure it, but you are already doing an intake of which vendor provides me the most energy efficient equipment.
But it's not only the regulator. You yourself, you presented your target of 50% reduction.
Yeah,
this was presented yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
but this is inspired by what the regulator wants to do, right? It's being responsible. But we see also, and it's a regulator on one hand, but I sometimes say green networks, green is also the color of money. In the end, it hits your TCO cost also, your battery cost, your energy cost. So also that is a way to measure your power consumption, your energy consumption in the end.
Any view on that?
I agree. I think it's an important role for regulators and then of course for operators and then for vendors. So yeah, we are in this together.
Maybe we can do the same. Any question from the audience on the sustainability story or energy efficiency story to be a bit more focused?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Joseph Noll, former head of the group developing 3G, always online, always connected. Now I'm with the University of Oslo, and I had a good chat with Doreen Bogdan, our ITU head. And in that chat, we discussed a bit, you know, the story of the fish and the hunger. Give a man a fish, give a man a fishing stick, learn him how to fish, and then he will not have any hunger. What you remind me on are the boys who talk about the fishing stick. The paradigm of today is get the girls to school and get them educated, and then you change the society. What I'm challenging you is, when the title is Dialogue with Industry Leaders, how do the industry leaders see the connectivity of all children of this world in all schools in rural areas? given that 95% of the schools in Africa south of Sahara are unconnected?
That's the question that dates back to 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. So now we have it again in 6G. But okay, I don't know if any one of you want to answer.
We're shifting gear from energy. Sustainability is indeed also inclusiveness and yeah, connecting everybody and everything, right? And you already asked the question this morning during the keynote, and Magnus gave actually a very good answer. We shall leverage satellites to provide the backhaul and then provide local connectivity at an affordable cost. And I think we have a responsibility as an industry to provide connectivity at a low cost. And it's not only in the rural areas, I would say even in developed countries, in urban poor, providing connectivity. There are school kids that are camping out of a Starbucks just to get their homework done. So providing solutions that are affordable broadband for also these communities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's just to complement. I think that this is a problem that goes far beyond technology. Of course, as you said, the industry has the responsibility to provide affordable cost solutions. But then even if some affordable cost solution, from our perspective, it doesn't mean that all the schools in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, will be connected, because you will still need to buy handsets. And there will be a need for people to have enough resource to make the necessary purchase of the equipment, and then they will need also to have the skills to know how to use them. There was some statistic, I forgot exactly what the figure, but you have a quite large number of people who are on the network coverage, they still are not connected, because they don't know how to, or because they don't have the resource to buy the necessary equipment. So then there is a need for certainly either socially, I'm not sure about the word in English, but well, social offers, and in Orange we do that. We have some offers which are directed for the people who have a low amount of resources. But of course, industry cannot replace the public powers. At some point, governments also need to put public money into making sure that the people who have low amount of resource, they can get access to connectivity. And then you need to have the skills. So for that, you need to have education programs to learn to the people how to use a smartphone. Not everyone knows how to use a smartphone. We all know elder people, even in Europe, they don't know how to, they don't use the smartphone. And that creates other types of problems. But inclusion is a multidimensional problem, and we need to work on all the solutions. But industry can do things, but not everything.
Just to comment on your comment on the role of the public sector, you might know, I mean, I don't know if you are aware of this information, but the Commission and the European Union is now supporting the deployment or the development of a constellation called IRIS-2, and this IRIS-2 system will be fueled by more than 3 billion, around 3 billion from the public side, and it's a public-private partnership, so there will be also contribution from the private side. But the idea is precisely that, is to provide global connectivity for governmental services and non-governmental services. The tenders have to be submitted in July, so you still have time if you want to participate in that. And that's precisely one of the public worry, a public concern, to provide connectivity wherever it's needed, and very much supported by the Union, the European Union institutions. So let's see how this develops, but clearly this is something which is important, yes. So next question, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. My name is Mitch Zheng. I'm with the E3, and also I'm very active in the Next Generation Alliance. And then unfortunately, my colleague Michaela, she couldn't make it today. Then when I was listening today, I think the wonderful panelists here provided a very good insight. And I've made up my mind, when I grow up, I want to be industrial leaders. The thing that I was sitting there, I heard this R word, the regulatory, the R word, right? And then we got to be also very cautious. The R word is actually kind of double-edged sword. Without a good means, there is no way to measure that. So I can report that Michaela has been leading the team in the Green G Alliance, in the Green G working group we're developing the KPIs for try to provide a much more objective measurement, because actually the industry has been doing very well Compared with the technology many years ago, the energy consumed to transmit per gigabytes is much less. But the problem is that there's really not a good way to convey this message to the industry. So I'd like to hear the viewpoint from panelists, say how we can work together to come up with some kind of measurement that the industry will follow, will be willing to follow, and the operators will be happy to see the progress. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone wants to pick that one?
Yeah, okay, so the good question. So the hard parameter, as you know, we were talking before, in the connectivity, in the fixed or in the mobile, it's already reached to 1 picojoule per bit level. So it is some 3 or 4 magnitude order compared to 3G or 2G. So from that part, it is progressing power efficiently, spectrum efficiently, very well. But then the demand is bigger. So as I mentioned, that now the facing challenge is the computing. That computing is demanding is every 2 months double. So even more slow, every 12 months or 18 months cannot handle this energy efficiency-wise. So this is another area I think will be the key in terms of data center, the data processing, and that's I think that's the area. And then there's one thing that Eric mentioned. This is the whole life cycle wise. It's not potentially, it's not the telecom industry, but it's involving the entire life cycle. So that's the other part we need. Everybody need to do that portion.
Good. Any other comment?
No, please.
You mentioned the regulator and the opposite, self-regulation, right? So the regulator needs to come in to protect society goals. And the ultimate goal is CO2 reduction. So a very simple metric, what is the power consumption and how much power is generated by renewables, I think that balance. But then the data center, which is a big problem, the power consumption of the data center, I think this actually is self-regulation because power consumption is a significant part of the total cost of ownership. So there's an incentive to reduce that power consumption, and there's lots of research in data centers to reduce that, both on the cooling side, on the compute side. So there's also self-regulation here. Again, to my earlier word, green is also the color of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Toon, please. Go ahead.
Also on energy efficiency, to what extent does also the application industry play a role? Because lots of the bits that we're transporting over the network are related to video and this kind of content. And you can see, let's say you get your video of your cat or your mobile phone now, and then in 6G time it will be ultra high definition video of the cat. There's many more bits being sent. There's much more data being processed in the cloud. You can argue, is there much more use of this? Yeah. Is there also an idea on the application side, hey, maybe we need to be more efficient on how to give services or applications to the customers?
Yeah, I think you're pointing on a very good thing here. It's a clear of these rebound effects, right? We make the transmission of these bits much more efficient, and then as a consequence of that, we use it so much more. And then in the end, we are staying on this flattish energy consumption. So an optimization across the different layers, I think would be very welcome, of course.
Can I add on this? This is actually a good point in terms of application. There was a study 2 years ago from MIT. The title is, there is a lot of room on the top. So that means the language, the programming language and the software-wise is much more, let's say, less sustainability friendly. There are more and more not efficient, but it is user-friendly, but not, let's say, energy consumption friendly. So they were estimating almost 1 million of times of improvement of the software application level of software. So that was a very interesting study in terms of software efficiency.
Good. Excellent. You want to add something? Or? Yeah?
There are certainly optimizations to be done in the way the applications are designed. And the thing is, how do you provide an incentive for the developers to be more careful about the number of bits that they inject in our networks? And also, we know that the traffic increase is generated by, let's say, two main factors today. One is the fact that because indeed there is not much technical limitations in increasing the quality of the videos or the number of videos that you can embed into a web page, then developers do it. And the other fact is the still increasing number of subscribers. A new subscriber generates new traffic. And these are the two factors which have been driving the traffic increase so far. But then in the future, you will have machines coming in that will be also connected. You will have connected video cameras, for instance. And that, how much they will add to the traffic is difficult to predict today. That means that even though we optimize the human applications, still we will get a lot of improvements, but we need also to work on the machines applications.
Okay, I think we don't have much more time, so sorry, we will not take an additional question. But I would like just to ask one more question to the panel, because it seems that from the various discussions which have been taking place over the last few days, there is a lot of belief that AI in networks is a game changer for 6G. Today, we can see that there are already a number of implementation or intentions to implement AI in 5G through the RAN intelligent controller, for instance, or through the NWDAF interface in the core. There are a number of attempts. Now, maybe in the future, the things have to be more end-to-end. So how do you see the contribution of AI in the network? Is it just for network management or to better automatize? Or is it to provide additional services to the customers and in such a way that the operators can monetize computing capabilities, AI-based computing capabilities towards, let's say, potential customers? Or is it only something which is at the level of the overall management of the platforms? How do you see this future implementation of AI in 6G?
Yeah, I can start. I think I agree on all the examples that you mentioned, but I can add two more, I think. And one is how we are going to develop and deploy these networks. And the capabilities of having that more data-driven will increase the capability of sort of evolving the networks. And using AI in the development process will make sort of developer more efficient, and we will be able to sort of address more functionality in a more cost-efficient way, I think. So that's also an important thing, our capability of developing and deploying these networks. Then I think we will not only use AI on this management layer or higher layers. I think we will use it also on lower layers in the network. And it will be very interesting to explore how much we can gain by sort of identifying sort of channel estimation or other sort of very fundamental things and the improvement potential there. So I think we will see AI in all different parts of the network.
Yeah, I agree with everything that has been said. So what I would add is then architect also the network such that you fully leverage the power of the AI, that you enable the sharing of data, the sharing of AI models. There's a lot of knowledge in that AI. do that in a secure way across multiple players, not only for the network orchestration, but there's actually a lot of useful data also for the applications. And how do you expose that and monetize that value that you're creating with the network in a secure and trustful way?
Okay, so we are back to the question of exposing the capabilities of the network towards the higher layers.
And data is a resource. It's also a capability that you're exposing, yeah.
Mm-hmm. One more thing that for the near term, yes, the AI to make management operation more efficient. It's a network itself like a self-driving network without a lot of human intervene to optimize network. That's the near term. But if you look at the AI, people's vision that they can actually do is the network generate another network. These are a full automation potentially. It's the key. The new thing is the generative AI to apply to the network. That will potentially open many really open new application because it is taking the high level of the intent or requirement, and it's full automated process rather than, we engineer a network as of today.
Eric, AI for the operators?
Yes, so AI clearly has a lot of potential. We have many projects on AI, how we can use it to help the management, reduce the burden on our colleagues. And probably we will find AI in more or less all the layers of the network at some point, but provided that we can understand what AI is doing. Because we certainly don't want to leave an AI who does whoever knows what in the control of our network. So that's why the work which is being done on explainable AI, particularly in ExaX, is so important. And another thing we need to be careful about is also the energy consumption for training the models.
And the security.
And the security, absolutely.
That goes together. Okay, so a lot of faith on AI for managing all sorts of resources in the network. Now, a bit more open in terms of extra application capabilities towards the potential users. So I think we have exceeded the time, and it went a bit too fast, but okay, sorry for that. I think we have got a few good ideas on what we can expect in terms of applications for 6G, sustainability, AI. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to go through all the possible questions that this domain is raising, because there are quite a few. Even yesterday in a full-day workshop of ExaX, I think it was still questions to come. So I suggest that we give a big hand to our panelists and thank them very much for their participation. Many thanks.